Good morning, all. I'm Akinola Olufemi Israel. I work with Duke Ventures Realtors Limited.
Can we hear him?
I'm Akinola Olufemi Israel. I work with Duke Ventures Realtors Limited. Logistics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Benita Sheung from Water. I'm a consultant.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Aderonke Oshinero. I'm a realtor at Rufet Properties, and I'm here to make money.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Isabella. I work in book.
Yes, she's the youngest millionaire here. Yes, the youngest millionaire.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adiola Hassan, and I am the sales team for Queen Adi Realtors. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chiamaka Amose. I'm a realtor. I work with Kesha Properties.
Good morning. Just pass the mic down. The last people behind. Where's David?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Favor Akinwande. I work in Dean Clinchers as sales executive. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kemi Betiku, sales rep here at Dale Clinchers Realtors.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mirabel Ama. I work at Dale Clinchers Realtors Limited as a sales executive. Thank you.
Beautiful morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Angela Yakubu. I'm the lead sales team for Ola Angels Property Plus.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anslem Asuzu, and I'm a realtor with Selling Real Estate Limited. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Monisola Olubumi. I'm the head of sales for Executive Homes and Properties.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alawi Samuel. I'm a designer, and then I'm also aiming to know more about real estate and to be a realtor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're all welcome with all our special and beautiful names. We're all welcome to today's meet and greet. And today's meet and greet promises to be a mind-blowing experience that at the end of today, you will not be disappointed that you came here. But I promise you to just align your hearts with learning. And there's a lot to learn because the people who are going to speak to all of us today, they have loads of experience, and by the grace of God, they are not just telling you what they have read in a book, but they are telling you what they have actually experienced for themselves. So if they are telling you how to make, they want to show you the way. They want to teach you how to catch fish, not just to give you fish. So let's just prepare our hearts as we are going to learn from the best of the best today. So without wasting our time, we just want to go straight into the first session. We are going to have 2 sessions. So we don't want to take too much of your time. So we just have 2 sessions. So the first session is going to be taken by someone who has made the waves in real estate. She has made millions, billions in the real estate industry. And she's one force in the real estate that everybody wants to reckon with. So she's no other person but Mrs. Abiodun Abdul. Let's welcome her. The CEO of Kesha Properties.
Thank you.
You're welcome, her.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you to
this meet and greet. And I want to acknowledge each and every one of you for your punctuality and for being intentional. I used to say that I like to work with intentional people. I don't like to work with just ordinary people. Intentional people are people who knows what they want and they go for it. I used to say that when you're hungry, what do? You stand up, you enter your kitchen, you get your pot, you get your materials, and you start cooking, right? So that's what you're doing right now. You are preparing. When the food is eventually done, you sit down and eat, isn't it? So that is what I mean by being intentional. When you're hungry, you don't just sit down in your house. You're lying down in your living room and you're hungry and you're not doing anything. And you expect that food is going to cook itself and land in your front down. That's what most people do. They're not intentional. They don't know what they want and they don't go for it. If you're hungry, you stand up and go and get food. So that's exactly what you're doing. You're hungry for success. That's why you're here today. So I congratulate you in advance. Yeah? Congratulations in advance because your food will be done very soon. And you put your spoon and you start eating well. You dine well with kings and queens. Right. Okay, so I like to be very practical in my training. Please allow me to sit down for a while. I'm still going to stand up for now. Let me sit down. Okay. Can you all hear me? Okay. So the topic for today is how to earn your first millions in real estate. So I said I'm going to be practical and I'm going to be using myself as an example. I started real estate with a lot of enthusiasm, and I must say the reason I started wasn't, the primary objective was not for money. The primary objective was for me to use my potentials. I felt like I was being underutilized. I felt like, let me do things like I have the capacity to do. Okay. Now, when I said my primary objective was not money, I should use this instead, but I should add it to it. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So I said my primary objective, some people cannot see me well. They are trying to bend. So let me stand up so that I can see me well. Okay. So I said my primary objective was not to make money, but that does not mean that I didn't want to make money, but it wasn't my primary objective. Okay. There's something about money. When you run after it, you don't get it. You don't get it. So number one thing you're going to be writing down today is don't run after money. Right? Yes, the topic is how to make millions. But the number one thing I'm going to be telling you is that do not run after money, because money runs away from people who run after it. Okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to position yourself for money to run after you. Okay? So that's number one thing. Don't run after money. Instead, position yourself for money to run after you. And how do you do this? So I'm going to be going into my own journey. When I started, like I said, I wasn't into money. I was into let me learn. I wanted to learn. And in the bit to wanted to learn, I started, coming for programs like this. Again, I have this background that, whatever you want to do in life, do it well. If you want to do it, just drop it. My mom will tell us that if you want to be a toilet washer, know how to wash toilet very well. That's the secret. Know how to wash that toilet very well. That when you wash the toilet, people will be calling themselves, come and see what she has washed. Okay? So I came with that mindset that I want to know this thing very well. Let me know it very well. So the number 2 is seek knowledge. Seek knowledge. I was seeking knowledge front, back, right, left, center. At every angle, I was seeking knowledge. I wanted to know. I wanted to, be an encyclopedia, yeah, of real estate. So if by chance, any news just pop up on my phone or anything, I'm, I, you see me reading it. Good morning, sir. You're welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so I was seeking knowledge, to be able, to face my prospects. As at that time, I didn't have clients because I can't give what I don't have, right? So I was seeking knowledge everywhere, possible. Now, it got to a time that I told myself, I said, okay, with what you know, I think you're good to go. So I started advertising. I was almost discouraged, even after I'd gathered so many knowledge, because this mindset that real estate is very difficult to sell, and you have to know the big people in the society before you can sell real estate. Many people, that was their mindset. So I was almost discouraged. How many big people do I know? I'm not the type that club. I don't know people. I wasn't even so sure when I was in school. Some people used to call me, Alaja, for you to know how I was in school. So I was like, can I really do this thing? Or I was just jumping. But somebody in me was just telling me that this is your calling, right? Because anytime I say a finished structure, the building that is not my own, I'll be happy. I'll be happy. I'll be praying for the person. Hey, look at this house. God bless the owner of this house. I was being like, which one is your own? The house is not your own. So I knew that there was something in me for real estate. So on that note, I said, okay, if I don't know anybody, let me advertise, Abby. Let me start seeking where I'll be advertising. At least I will meet people. So I started doing advertisements, right? And because of my previous knowledge of accounting, taxation, and all that, I knew that if I do a paid advert, I've seen many brands don't paid advertisements. That okay, if I do paid advertisement, I should be able to get quality people. And to the glory of God, the month I started running paid adverts, which is the month I will tell you categorically that I started. That was the month I started closing deals. Right. So from my personal story now, you see the journey. So I didn't just rush into I want to sell, I want to sell, I want to sell. I want to make millions, This journey, it took me nothing less than 2 years before I now said, okay, let me advertise and see if I was going to get clients. And my first client got 6 plots. Okay. So this was my journey. So now, if you want to make millions in real estate, one thing my mentor told me as at that time in trainings like this was, number one, know that you have to target volume. You have to target good volume. The reason is there's so many unserious, we can't call them clients. A client is someone who has bought property from you. They are prospects. There's so many unserious prospects. But guess what? That they are unserious today does not mean that they will not be serious tomorrow. So you also need them. You need them in your contacts. Okay? So, but who do you need? You want the ones who are going to buy now. So that is why you have to target the volume, the large numbers, so that inside them, even if it's 2, 3 in a month, you'll be able to close. Okay? Now, the second thing is you have to have good products, and you have to have many products. A new realtor, you don't know where your client can come from. Okay? So I recommend minimum of let's say between 15 and 20 products. Okay? Clinchers has 13 products. I have the list of them. So you're going to sit down, you're going to learn about each of these products. Okay? Now, if you have all these products listed, right, on different platforms, especially the paid platform, and you know your onions, when they call you, you can speak skillfully, you can speak professionally. Okay, you make your first millions. I'm still going to share you how I made my own first millions, right? My first sale was close to 1 million, but the client did not pay at once. And in real estate, if your client did not pay at once, it is the percentage of what your client has paid that you are going to be paid as commission. So I didn't count it like that was money, because the money is not in my pockets. I've earned it, but it's not yet in my pockets. So I continued to, advertise, to look for clients. Unfortunately for me, I sold 3 plots of 4.5 million naira worth of properties. And at that time, the commission was mind-blowing because the company just came. It's one of the biggest brands on the island now. So they just came as at that time and they were giving good commission. So by the time we calculated it was enough for me to buy a car. Yeah, just on that 3 plots. Okay? So imagine if you get 15% of 4.5, and you sold 3 plots in 1 month. As at that time, even, you get a Camry for 1.5, 2 million. Do you understand? So that's how I started making my own millions. I had already made millions, but they were not in cash. The one that was cash in my pocket is the one I just, explained to you. And how did I make that particular sale? I took my phone that fateful day. On WhatsApp, you know that there is this field there that you can create a broadcast. I created a broadcast. So I added the few people that I know that, okay, they are reaching on my contacts. So I sent the flyer. Now, when I created the broadcast, I didn't register the notable people. I just created a broadcast and I sent it. About a week later, the client just highlighted that flyer. Broadcasts will make your messages deliver one by one to them. They are not in a group. Some people used to make a mistake to go and create a group from prospects. Don't try it. It don't work. In most cases, it doesn't work. So, in fact, people get angry. That's why you're adding them in a group. So, instead of a group, create a broadcast. So, this client highlighted that particular banner and said, I'm interested. That was when I now knew that it was part of my broadcast. Do you understand now? So, we got talking, and he told me that he want to buy it for his 2 sons, right? That he wants to buy 1 plot for them. I said, a plot 500 square meters. So I buy 2. Okay, so that they can take for 500 square meters. And he said, do you know if I have the money? I said, you have the money, sir. Buy 2. At the end of the day, he bought. So that's because, that particular man is someone that, I've always been attending to him well. Anytime he comes around me, that time when I was working. So the guy, he bought it. And another client got 1. So within a week, I closed the 3 plots. So what helped me to be able to close these deals? Number 1, I was speaking skillfully with people. I wasn't talking like the regular realtor or agent on the road. I had product knowledge. Yesterday I was reviewing some pages and I saw that majority of the people, the videos they are posting on their page is not the video that they shot. That was not my case. He saw the video of me on that property. And that's what 98% of people do. And you are doing what 98% of people do. So you're not standing out. Not standing out. Okay. So the practical steps. So, Mr. Taima, please let me know when I should. Okay. The practical steps involves number 1. Yeah. Develop a very good profile. A profile in a way that people want to be associated with you. We do photo shoots. It's not that you want to just let people see that we are beautiful. The photo shoots we do is professional photo shoots where you have a very good portrait of yourself. Anybody chatting you and seeing that DP would love to do business with you and thrive to be a top realtor. One of my colleagues here, right, when she became the top realtor for our brand, I said, you see, we have this badge that we normally write top realtor, yeah? We gave her on the day of the day where her wedding had the badge. I told her, go to the studio, snap a professional picture with that, put it on your status. Anybody chatting with you, know that you're a big shot. I should bring this. Okay, so look for ways to stand out. You're going to make millions. Look for ways to stand out and have good product knowledge. Anytime a client calls you, no, actually, let me check. I'll call you back. I've lost him. Now, there's one thing about people that have money that want to buy property. The rich. If you want to serve the rich, you have to know them. You can't serve people you don't know. You have to know how the rich reason. You have to know how they perceive things, how to impress the rich people. Okay? So there is a way you impress rich people. And there's a way rich people think. You have to understand it. When you're looking at someone or you're speaking to someone over the phone, you should be able to know what the person wants, what the person is trying to. If you don't have that product, tell the person you don't have. Be honest with it. If you have it, present it well. This morning I was talking with my team and I told them that anytime you want to share a property, share with the write-up of the property. Read the write-up. Some people will not read the write-up. They will share another person's contact, the person who posted the write-up, the contact that the person put there, because they didn't read it. They couldn't remove it and put their own. The write-up, the photos of the properties you want to sell. If you have a video, the video of the property you want to sell. Okay? They are very, very important. There's another thing, the banner, the payment plan. Never share a product or send a product to anybody without detailed information. Detailed information. So let me go back to how the rich, how they think. One of the reasons I recommend a good photo shoot and a good headshot is because rich people are always scared to transact big businesses with people they feel that does not have money. If they know that their money means a lot to you, they will run. So even though you have not made your first millions, you don't have to look it that you have not made it. Or you don't have to speak in such a manner that you have not made your first millions. Okay? So you must be, you must package yourself very well. Right? Okay, sir. Yes, sir. So you have to package yourself very well in such a way that, they'll be comfortable talking to you. By the time you get to that level too, you understand. You want to buy a property of 200 million and the person is looking 1,000 naira. Would you continue? Or the person is talking like, or you are calling the person, one Yasiki is saying that, why we do come and buy we do at the background. Would you deal? We won't deal. That's why I recommend, even though you don't have a car, you are still entering commercial buses, right? When you are sure that this is a client, don't pick call. Don't pick that call. Just reply and say, please, sir, can I call you back in 15 minutes? Run to your house, go and lock the door. If you are the type that have children, lock them in the living room, lock your door and receive your call professionally. Your children does not have to be talking under. Okay? You get to meet some people, they are very pleasant. Say, oh, your child, they even want to know them. But you get to meet some people. They feel you're not serious, you're not ready for business. How would you know which one will be pleasant? So why not just do the general one? So if you want to make your first millions, you have to be intentional. You have to know the do's and don'ts. Yeah, you have to know the do's and don'ts, things you must not do, and the things you must do. Okay? And I was saying yesterday that please never merge your personal life with your business. Don't do it. No matter how interesting your personal life may be, distinct it. This is your brand. And this is what? This is your business. What you like, you can do on your personal page. In fact, to an extent, It's also to an extent. It's not like, okay, because it's my personal page, you know, you are pumping these days of political era. They are making jest of a particular politician. You took that video, you posted it on your professional page, on your business page. Are you sure that the next prospect that wants to talk to you is not probably a direct subordinate of that person? And that money is that person that you are helping them to insure that made him, that showed him a way to make that money. No matter what, he will not buy that property from you. So I find that people use their hands at times to do what? So disclose, they are the one that use their hands to spoil their own deal by themselves. Some of them by their attitude, even physically and online. And online. Okay, so making your first millions in real estate, I used to say that maximum 12 months, 24 months. If you do not make your first millions in real estate between 12 months to 24 months, you are not doing it right. Just know that you're not doing it right. I mean, we should be lying for ourselves. It's the truth. You're not doing it right. Something is wrong. You're not doing it right. You've not yet gotten the nucleus of how you're going to do it. And the earlier you get it, the better. Okay? The earlier you get it, the better. It's time bound. And guess what? For my experience, once you do not make it in the first 12 months, 24 months, it can take you 10 years. It can take you 10 years. That's it. So you say that you want to, start now because time is counting. Time is counting. You don't have the whole time. Okay? So I'm trying to remember another point. So one of the major things that helped me to be able to close, good deals was I sat down one day and I saw that, okay, let me start reviewing people who did not buy from me and their reasons for not buying. Okay, so if you have been having prospects and they are not buying, you have to go and do, a research on why they did not buy. So that at least if those ones are gone, the new people you'll be meeting, they will not be gone. At least you'll be able to correct it from the next set of people. And I found out that people did not buy for, just little things that I wasn't paying attention to. I wasn't paying attention to them. I felt like, hey, how is this unrelated to what I asked him to buy? It does. He does. Okay. One thing I'm going to be rounding up with this is you should not joke with it if you want to make millions. Yeah, it's technology. See technology? You're good. The last training we had in my office, I told them, I said, if your enemy is teaching tech, or digital marketing or anything that will expose you online, if that person is your enemy, please go. Is the enemy that you want to be concerned with or your own progress? For you to know how important it is. Some people, they can't post a picture on Facebook. Am I lying? Not to talk of sponsoring it. Instagram, no. TikTok, no. LinkedIn, they don't. Some people don't even know what a LinkedIn is. Yes, GG. They don't use it. But ask them what is happening on this Big Brother Nigeria that just started. Their voice will be, is the loudest. They know the best housemates already. They know the person that will win already in this how many hours 3 days ago that they started. Irrelevances is what they are pursuing. They are not intentional people. Don't joke with technology. I know the quality of people I've met online. I know the quality of people that I've met online. That no matter how much I work from now till, I don't know, I can't meet them physically. I can't. Was it the last 2 weeks I was saying that one man called me from Brunei? I never knew that a country called Brunei existed. I asked my audience that they were hearing it for the first time. Please, do you know any country called Brunei? Who said yes? You are Jala Chavo. Oh, yeah. Are you a geography student? Some people do. When I saw the code, I didn't want to pick it. I thought maybe it's all these people that they will say that when you pick the code, you will die. You start vomiting. The code was horrible. I can't even remember the code. You know, when it's C+1, you know it's US, or Canada. When it's C+4, you know it's UK. I can't remember what that code was. I just know that this code, it's not me that will pick it. So they called me again. Like, hey, wait, I hope it's not the number that say I've been calling them. That's technology. That guy is one of my best clients today. He has even referred clients to me. He had burnt his fingers several times. And when he met me, I told him, property I don't have, I'll tell him I don't have. The one I have, I'll present it to him. He will go, he will say he's looking for property. At the end of the day, he will come back and say, well, see, people are just lying unnecessarily. You ask them a simple question they cannot answer, yet they are telling you to buy. That was the guy that told me that. He asked me, said, Madam, you normally send me the video of the property exactly. All other videos have been seen, they send 3D. You send 3D. Then you will send me the video of that property. In fact, if your face is not showing that property, I'll be hearing your voice in that video. So it tells me that you are authentic. And he mentioned one man that when he met the man online, he was so happy that he has met the right person. That he even went and organized a gathering of people in Brunei, all the Africans, Nigerians in Brunei. He gathered them and asked the man to speak to them over the phone and told his people that he trusted the man. Guess what? The man disgraced him. They gave him money up to today, no allocation, no property. Yes. I don't want to mention the person because you might know him. Do you understand? So he keeps coming back, telling me, this is what he's doing, this is what he wants to do, this is what he wants to, There was another funny country too, Croatia. They said that one is still popular because, football made people to know Croatia. I had a prospect from Croatia. How will I go to Croatia if I want to be traveling? Will I go and buy ticket? I'll go and apply for Croatia's visa. Even though I know Croatia. Do you understand? So tech is going to expose you. But you have to position yourself to be able to attend to these people very well. So don't joke with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can I sit down? Yeah. I was actually sitting. Let me carry my.
Let's give her a round of applause for that one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, it's fine.
What theories? What theories? Real life experience. That is what matters. Pick anything wrong. So now give room for questions. So we'll take all the questions or we answer one after the other.
One after the other, please.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, madam. I can already feel the millions in my
pocket. It's very enriching, what you just taught us. Thank you so much. I just want to ask a specific question about Gigi. You mentioned Gigi as one of the online. I did a business in the past and, did paid advertisement with Gigi. And I didn't quite have very good experience. A lot of people coming to making inquiries. And I didn't quite say much, but that's another business. So I just want to, tap into your experience in respect of real estate vis-a-vis Gigi.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So for Gigi, personally, I found out that, properties are kind of expensive and not for Gigi. The audience of Gigi is rare. Okay, that's my experience. I don't know which properties you posted, but, and I asked a sister, so I asked my sister that this Gigi thing, your money will just, in 1 month, nobody. But there's something about real estate advertisement. And I was speaking, thank you for the question, so made me to remember. The advertisement I pay a year, I'll just pay a year now for 6 months. Okay? That's because, people don't make decisions very fast when you want to buy real estate. They don't make decisions. So, and one of the virtues you have to have is patience. So when you post an advertisement or you did a paid advertisement and you run it for 1, 2, 3 months, even up to 6 months, before you can say any platform is not effective, even for 1 year, maybe you'll be saying that that's expensive, that's much. But there's something about real estate. One particular serious client can pay for 5 years advertisement that you have been running. Ijebu does not have to be doing when you want to run advertisements. I was telling you 2 years. 2 weeks ago when we had training, I told them. I said, the money must not be too big in your eyes. If it's too big in your eyes, you're not ready. That's the truth. That's the truth. You want to make big money, but you don't want to spend big money. What is doing you? Aruru. That's it. Yeah. Me, I know of a lady who wants to do Facebook. On her Facebook ad account, minimum 1 million. That's what she puts. Yeah. Minimum 1 million. You know the lady. And Facebook will start talking. But guess what? If she's sitting with you, you will say, Madam, you want to pick call of your postpaid or you want to talk to me? Calls will be eating her phone. Okay? So Gigi here, there are crowd there. But Gigi works. From experience, it works. That's why I said have products, and be patient and be intentional that this thing, they say you work, so you have to work for me. You refresh advertisements. There was a time Gigi recruited a lot of people, and their staff will be calling you that post advert, that it will be refreshing by itself. It's a lie. Go and refresh by yourself. They are not refreshing those advertisements. So if you post and say, okay, because you are paid, you are not going to refresh. What refresh does for you is it will take your properties up. If somebody Google it, or somebody is on Gigi and is looking for less properties in Abeokuta now, if it's just refresh, your own will be the one to pop up. If you don't refresh, it's someone that refreshed. The earliest person that refreshes is the one that will pop up. Nigeria Party Center, you need to refresh too. Refresh. Okay.
Added additional information or something. How do you refresh?
There's always a button where you click refresh.
And that's all you need to do.
After you have posted. There was a time I dedicated someone to my advertisement. You see, when you resume, just be refreshing on my ad for me. That's what the person was doing for me. Okay, so you don't just post, you don't post pay and don't monitor it. You have to be monitoring it. Okay. And also, I mentioned you should have good quantity of properties, especially when you're new and you want to make your first millions, because you don't know where your good clients is going to come from. Yeah. When you have posted that on a single platform, that's one. For instance, if you choose Gigi, that's one. Post it in a minimum of 20 platforms. It's real work. It's real work. Post those your properties in minimum of 20 platforms, both paid and unpaid. It got to a time that I don't even ask people. I don't want to know where you got my number. My number just ring for people wanting to buy properties. Because I've posted, so people are still calling me for properties I posted now years ago, up to now, that I do properties sold out and all. But because I was, then on this thing, so once I see this is a property, new one, old one, property site, I post all my property that is selling, post them there. There's no laziness in it. You shouldn't be lazy about it. Okay? Don't be lazy. And when you start making sales, I was telling a friend that I used to save 10% of, I learned that from my mentor, 10% of any money I make in real estate. For my first 3 years, 10% must go back into advertisements. Yes, he also taught us then, 10% you need to buy clothes, buy good, outfits. If you're a woman, you buy hair, that things that when you appear well, you invest back into your marketing, your commission. He told us a story of a lady who made commission of 7 million naira. Guess what that lady did? Just guess. An Igbo girl. Just carried the money, went to her village. Only God knows. So when the 7 million finished, she came back to Lagos. Yes, now. When I was finished, Igbo people, you know what that girl, I can tell you, she went to buy land and used it to build a house. What she was supposed to do as at that time is to take minimum of 700,000 or 1 million and need to do further advertisement. The remaining one can go and spend. Okay? Of course, when you get your own money, you start buying land too, okay? But came back to square one, and unfortunately, another 6 months she didn't sell. How will she sell? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the distilled wisdom. My question is this. The industry presently in Nigeria, as we know, is very opaque. You can easily get your fingers burnt. For somebody that wants to market for deal clinchers, that takes the burden or the risk off you. But for a realtor that wants to spread beyond just marketing for deal clinchers, you want to look at the alternative market. How do you navigate the pitfalls, so that at the end of the day, you don't sell a land or sell a property and then please realize that it's owned by somebody else or you have so many issues on it. Thank you.
Okay. Right. So if I get you right, your question is, if you want to market for several companies, right? How do you make sure that you don't sell properties that is going to get you into trouble? In simple terms, that's what you're asking. Now, as a new realtor, it's normal for you to want to do many. It's just normal. Okay? In fact, you might be so passionate to the extent that you can carry up to like 50 companies, 100 companies, just because you're new, you say, okay, they have properties I want to market. But that's one of the major mistakes that people make. I started with just one company, excuse me. One. Because that you are going to gather 50 companies does not mean that you're going to sell. Let me explain. This is very sensitive. Okay? That you want to market for, let me not say 50, let me say 10. Okay? It doesn't guarantee your success. It doesn't. We look at it critically. One thing that is very common in the real estate space among developers, is that on accountability, nobody is accountable to anybody. If you sell for me, I'm a developer. Yeah, I'm not accountable to you as a realtor. Have you not earned commission? When mess come, fix it, I fix it. That's if I choose to fix, if not, deal with your clients. There was a lady who came to me and wanted to buy our products to give our clients whom she sold to, and the company never allocated, and she did not see the MD. Now, if you go by that, your growth is going to be very slow, I tell you. I thank God I have testimonies, of people that I mentored. And I told them, you want to sell how many properties? You want like 50 properties? Do you have the expertise to sell 50 properties? So I personally will not advise you to gather too much. Okay? You know why I said it's normal? When I started too, I wanted to, that time I was like, I want to have a real estate marketing agency where I will have like several real estate companies, I'll be an agency, that I'll be, I was, really, really interested to work with many companies. The first company I marketed for did well. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, problem up to today, more than how many years now? 9, 10 years. They're still clients on me for lack of allocation. So it's not just about selling. It's about selling the right products. Okay? This lady, some of us know her. Don't let me mention her name. When she started, unfortunately for her, where she was gathering many complaints, the company that started moving in her hand was a bad company. Last year, just about dragged that company so badly. I don't want to mention their name, but you already know. The company that was moving in her hand is that company. Their products was moving in her hand. She sold several. Guess what? It affected her today. Because the company did not deliver. They did a call for allocation. When they got to site, they didn't see the company. No surveyor, nobody with her clients. She almost wept. That didn't stop there. Anytime she posts something on the status, all those people will ask her that you are a thief. You are still posting property. The one you sold. They will start cursing her. So she started blocking them, your clients, people that are supposed to be coming back and be buying more property. That's affected our growth. Our growth has been stunted. When she's supposed to be recording referrals and be growing in her career, she's dealing with problems. So if I tell you that, okay, you can do for several companies and there's a smart way you do it, I'll be lying to you, and I don't want to lie to you. Okay? Because there's so many companies that if I start mentioning, most of you have had that experience. Sir, you shared one with me. You shared one. When he told me, I was laughing. Right? And there was a particular phrase that he said, celebration is more than the work. Partying is more than the work. So apparently all the funds are going into partying, celebrating what? No allocation. Guess what? You can't walk 100 meters in Lagos and not see their office or meet their marketer. So it's sure that you fall into that kind of thing if you want to sell for everybody, because they are right in front of your door in your house calling you to come and be a consultant. Okay? So you will go into it, you will sell, but you have problems. Okay? I can't vouch for somebody I don't have a personal relationship with. Okay? Even the ones that I had personal relationship with now, now they are a different person. An MD that can categorically tell you in 2016 that he's a good guy, go and market for them. He's no more the person I used to know. He's no more the same person. There was a story. I just pray that story is not true. They sold the property for that guy. That property was about 12 million as at the time we marketed that property. And they didn't allocate for that guy. The guy came angrily to the office reception and was, speaking with a little anger. Guess what the MD did? He called the police. Yes, in this industry. He got him arrested and locked him up. He said he was disturbing his peace. That's it. when they are working, you see like mopos, 8 mopos. You want to go and meet mopo. As a realtor, you want to go and meet mopo. There is a it's just one. Okay, so why is for packaging. You understand? One of our own mopos in Kesha, every time he sees me, he will carry gun and start shooting up. I called him, I said, come, you see me, don't shoot. You are telling people that I'm a criminal. Yes. You are telling people that I'm a criminal, that they should run away, you will shoot them. Don't. In fact, nobody should follow me again. Nobody is coming back at me. Nobody. That's what I told them. Yeah. But you see developers, the security because of what they have done, and they are afraid that somebody can just come from nowhere and just bite their eyes. Because people are very angry. Most people who invest in real estate, the money not come once. They saved up. Some does thrifts. Right? So as a realtor, we have the fear of God in you. Yeah, even though you want to make commission. Yeah, we have the fear of God. Someone that has been in trade for the past 24 months, some 5 years savings. And because you want to earn 500,000. Okay? You are not sure. So as a new realtor, be sure of the few you want to market. I tell you, yeah, you say those few, yeah, will pay you more than somebody who's marketing for.
Hello?
It's just a matter of time.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's just a matter of time. There was a particular lady, when she started, she was marketing, she was selling. But she felt like, the properties are too cheap.
No.
Let me go for properties that once I sell one like this, I'm going to earn 20 million.
Tell them, please order.
And she's not the first one. She was paid. She was selling. It got to a time that she sold for some companies. They didn't want to pay her commission.
2 hours is too much.
They said that the client came directly, that she was not their intermediary. She was not in between. Okay? So at the end of the day, she now started thinking that, this one cannot happen in certain companies. Guess what? People that did not go through her route, by the time she came back, they had gone further than her. Because they earned good commissions too. They've earned incentives too.
Go to
So I don't know. Have I been able to answer your question? Thank you.
Check and laboratory. Yeah, tell them the fish is okay.
Yes,
that's the price. Okay. Thank you.
No, anyone, feel free. Feel free.
Okay. I just want to share my experience. Okay, thank you. My experience. Okay, let me start. When my boss is standing up. I just want to share my experience. 2 things, you talked about, majorly about technology. I got into the K-Sharp, experience, space through, technology. It was actually on Facebook that I met Quinadi.
A round of applause.
Quinadi has done very good job with technology, and I met her. I called her, called her up, and the rest is, like they say, is history.
Yeah.
But the other point I want to make is about making sure you are dealing with the right, real estate company. I did, when I was trying to learn the skill, just like you said, I came into the, real estate field trying to learn. I have a finance background. So, I came in here totally new, green. I decided to learn. So I went and became a, what they call PBO somewhere else. Did a bit of that, the razzmatazz and everything. I got tired because of my quiet professional background, and I said I wasn't doing anymore. So I left, and left the real estate dream for a while before I finally came. And how did I come? If you do have resources to invest in real estate, I think that's the best way to find out which real estate is genuine. Because my experience is that, I met Quinade and bought from your organization.
Yeah.
And I saw the process flow. So when eventually I now decided to get into real estate business, it was easy. It was a very easy decision for me. So which organization do I know? Remember I said I had done a bit with another company. So, but when I decided to get intentional, intentional.
Yeah, my word.
So when I decided to get intentional, it was easy. It was an easy decision for me because I had followed their process flow. I had seen, the processing from contract of sale, to the communication, and I've seen allocation. At the point I saw allocation, because I had seen other allocation issues all over, people getting angry in offices and shouting. When I got to the allocation point, I was convinced. So if you can invest, or if you can run a reference on people who had invested in organizations, that would be a good way. What was the process flow when those your friends or family members invested in companies? I think that would be a way to know the company to
Thank
deal
you
with.
very much. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir. Sir, your question. Did you hear that? If you want to know the right company to market for, try to invest or get someone to invest with them and study the process. Then you'll be sure. Thank you for helping me, sir. I'm grateful.
Okay,
All right,
any other
yeah.
question? Okay, yes.
Yes, sir.
My greetings once again. Thanks to the organizers of this program. Thank you once more. Ma, when you were giving your speech right now, you talked about reviewing why clients
did not
buy. I think that's one of the major problems we face as a realtor. Getting the right audience. When you're coming, you have a lot of people asking, and the ones that are not serious, some of them, and at that point, you will not be able to know the ones that are serious and the ones that are not serious. And you get to a point whereby some clients will even ask for the FAQ, they ask for everything, send your subscription form and the rest, and they'll just go mute. And you try getting back, at a point, they won't reply your messages. So at this point, how do you review those people that end up not buying? That's my question.
Okay. All right. So answer your question. That somebody did not respond, now does not mean that the person cannot respond later. You see, especially people abroad, some of them have time to talk about property, search for properties maybe once in 2-3 months. That's when they have time. UK most especially, is from the amounts I heard that love share. The meaning of love share. I want to work as in round the clock. Some of them will work 24 hours. Their eyes will not be closed for 24 hours. If you go and work for 24 hours, a realtor is sending you properties, will you respond? That's it. That's why they're not responding. It's not as if, be sure that you don't do anything that will get them angry. I've had people who did not respond for me for 6 months. They later chatted me, madam, don't be angry. I went to Fashe. That's it. They left the 4 walls of this country to go and do that. Okay? That they had time and they are not speaking to you now. Does not mean that they will be having that time. They will come back. Just continue doing the right thing. Some of them will come back with referrals. Okay? That they are not responding does not mean that I know how it is as a realtor. This person will pay. That's always our, like this. But that's why I started my talk today. When did I start my talk? Someone after money. Someone after money. I know of a particular realtor. Unfortunately, she's not here today. The client has just told her that, okay, I'll come and inspect next week, Tuesday. This lady is already calculating what she's going to use the commission to do. Yes, she's already calculating. The client that has not yet inspected, not talk of payments. She has gone to the incentive page to go and look for the incentive she's going to qualify for. Client that has not yet inspected. Do you understand? So you need a lot of patience, a lot of maturity. That's why I said target large numbers. If one is not responding to you, what do? You move to the next available person. that one will still respond later. And you will have, your way. Okay? Some clients, it is not you that is the problem, that they are not responding. It is their personal problem. You are not the problem. Some clients, and some, you are the problem. If a client knows that anytime they call you, your children will be crying at the background, or your husband will be talking, be asking you that come and give me soup to eat, to eat the food that is in the house. They won't answer you anytime you want to talk to them. They won't answer. Yeah. It's not as if they hate you, but they are not cut up for that. I have them in my family. They will call you. They will still be speaking to another person. If you're a realtor like that, your client is talking to you, you're using that person to talk to another person. You'll not answer you. Most people will be talking to 2-3 realtors at the same time. The one they have a feeling that, okay, this one is always, apt. This person is always on point. That's the one they'll be responding to. Some are your fault, some are not your fault. Just make sure that you do not do anything bad and then wait for them. Many realtors used to have that issue. You send them everything. You answer all the questions. They've inspected. Some will even tell you that I'm paying tomorrow morning. Bam, you'll not hear anything again. In that case, when the client says, I'm going to pay tomorrow morning, yeah, and the person is not later paid, yeah, there are certain things that might cause it. It might be a personal problem. It might be that he discovered something. I found out that many clients, before they make huge commitments, they call their pastor. They call their alpha. So now you've done all your own. The pastor now said, and you are expecting the money in the next, tomorrow morning. The pastor said, don't buy. Some pastors are not seeing anything. What they are seeing is, their pockets. I'm sorry. Some affairs, the same thing. They will tell your client that don't buy, it's a bad property. You are not there. That's why the client has refused to pay, because the client loves the property. So you will not start, some realtors will be crying. I've seen realtors shed tears. That I fasted for this. That is true. When I said to I used to fast. Do you know the money I want to make? Why would I fast? Even if it's 12, I can fast up to. I will fast at least. Let me use it to back up all these things. So that I think the client pays their own good commission. So, I've seen, shed tears that, this client told me he's going to pay something. It's not your fault, my dear. It's not your fault. Okay, so when you have many, if this one is not pay, all the pastors cannot be telling them not to buy. All their fathers cannot be telling them not to buy. That's why you must have many. At the end of the day, if it's not a good pastor, the client will later, discover and come back to you and buy property from you. Okay? So, it's not that clients good meals is normal. Everybody experiences it. I still experience it up to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question?
Okay.
Okay, we'll take after her. Maybe we'll just any other person after her. Okay, just one. Okay, that's fine.
The way you treated me and my hobby was what made me start the real estate journey and into today. Now, I want to speak regarding what she said. I think that we should go through money, like my clients now. Because sometimes if you send all the things to prospects, or the answer, the questions to answer them, and all of them just want to miss. In that aspect, am I supposed to just leave them and pursue others, or once in a while I'll still shoot? I've had an encounter with some that told me, you don't care. Once I tell you, I don't. Once I just keep quiet, you just leave me. Why someone will tell me that you are disturbing me? So in that aspect, how will you follow them? How do I follow up? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can see the memory. Many people, you have that. Okay. See, one of the attributes you need as a realtor is for you to know how human behavior. Now, you have to be able to study individuals from one individual to the other. One of the things that makes you a professional is the ability, to be able to relate with different individuals. And how do you relate with individuals if you cannot study them and understand? Why some people want you to continue to, tell them that, they're not talking, but they want you to, still call them, still give them more reasons why they should invest. Some will say you are stalking them. Okay? Someone like me, don't stalk me. You stalk me, that's the reason I will not buy. I believe you don't have a good product. If you have a good product, you don't stalk people. Why some people, if you don't call and call, so you have to now be able to study my personality. Okay? You have to be able to study the personality of whoever prospect you're talking to. Okay? That's the answer to that. Study who you are dealing with. In some extreme cases, when they are very, very difficult, some human beings are very difficult to understand. Now, you now start asking questions. Ma, when next should I call you? When is your convenient time to talk? Or if you don't like picking calls, can I send you a chat? Ask the question. Okay? So it's very simple. Over time, you will know how to read people in 5 minutes. Okay? You will know over time. By the time you start dealing with different kind of individuals. Once you meet them, you're having a conversation with them, you read them, okay, this one will buy. I had a meeting in my office yesterday morning. Those they are white guys, a couple, a lady and I just stand them a couple. They may not be couple, but it's a man and a woman. The guy in between those two people doesn't want stories, like a soldier. Site, payment, form, this. Those can be that kind of person. If you can't be forming unnecessary friendship with that kind of person, you lose him. He told me, he said, Saturday, surveyor, he doesn't want to. He's a lady. It was a lady that was trying to, what's your name, ma? I asked her, what's her name? What do you do? The lady was telling me, I'm a construction person. My name is Shanana. I said, China, Shanana. What kind of name is that? She's starting to laughter. The lady is very, very funny. As in very, very. So in minutes, I just left the Baba. Do you understand? And the lady that was very receptive, I continued my conversation with her. And when they were going, I said, thank you. Guess what? That man might be a nicer person than her. That he doesn't want story does not mean that he's not a good person. That he's not even going to pay. So as a realtor, you have to be that professional to be able to do what? To study people and know what they want and what they don't want. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please, how many questions?
Thank you, sir, for organizing this training. When I saw yesterday online, I said I have to be here today. You mentioned something about paid advertisement. Now, we are newbie just joining real estate. Now, if we don't do paid advertisement, are we not going to create our own clients? I'm asking,
I like that question. Okay.
To create our own clients and to buy from us. Actually, I post every day on social media. But I'll be getting more audience from LinkedIn.
Okay.
So now, I will get someone that sent me a direct message, please send me your WhatsApp number. I've sent it, but the person has not yet replied.
Okay.
Someone sent me a message, said, boy, I've been seeing your post on LinkedIn. Very, very good. On your LinkedIn, your profile, organization, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I chatted him up. I said, sir, what is the process? He said what I need to do. How much? He told me the amount. Actually, I don't have money to even pay him to actually do it. So my question is now that if we don't make paid advertisement, where are we going to get our client from? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. The answer is very straightforward. If you don't have money for paid advertisements online, there are two major forms of marketing now. We have the offline marketing, we have the online marketing. I'm more of an online person because I don't like to work under the sun, sharing flyers, going from one office to the other. But it works. I found out that it works It once worked for me too. Offline marketing. You can do offline marketing. Yeah. You can do offline marketing. It's only that it's a bit tedious. Tedious. There was a day I was going into 4 Point Sheraton and a marketer stood by the door, by the gate of 4 Point Sheraton. It's a very good location to market anyway. And he was sharing flyers. And the car in front of me is a Prado, a very big Prado. And the guy was, trying to wave to the person driving the vehicle to wind down so that I can give them the flyer. They didn't wind down. If I were in their shoes too, I can't wind down. That's security threats. Okay? But online, those people will be the ones to call you by themselves. The people that refuse to wind down, to take your flyer, they will call you by themselves. Okay? So that's just the advantage of online. Okay? So, but if you don't have the resources, we all know that it's expensive. Paid advertisement is no joke. It's expensive, except we're going to be deceiving ourselves. Okay? So if you're just starting and there's not much money to run paid advertisements, explore offline marketing. But be very strategic. If someone does not want to take your flyer, don't feel bad. Your emotions should be intact. Because if you're sharing flyer and you feel like somebody should wind down, they should collect your flyer, they do not wind down. You might feel bad and go home. You feel bad and go home, So you have to understand the pros and cons of it. Okay? But offline, if you target some very good places, you may be lucky. You may be lucky to meet somebody who will listen to you, who will not feel like maybe you can just bring out a gun. Okay? Yeah. That's why offline marketing, they don't know you. Don't go close to them and start telling them. Some are in a hurry. So everybody is fearful these days. Okay? Some will go and stand in front of a church, a very big church, and give people flyers. You write your number. There's one major mistake that realtors do in offline marketing, so that you don't make such mistake. When they take flyer, they're the one who printed the flyer. The person who printed the flyer has already put his own phone number, website, email on the flyer. They share like that. I found out that realtors will share like that. Some will leave it there and use Bible to write. Guess what? Nobody will call the one they use Bible to write. They will call the one they printed. Okay? All these things I'm not supposed to be telling you as a developer, but I don't believe in that. Because it pays developer, because they call the developer directly. Yes, sir. Abisa. Most we're teaching you should not say because something favor us, we should not tell you the truth. So if you want to use a flyer that is being given to you, you have to go and buy tippers. Look for tippers. Make sure any information, because you are the one inside the sun looking for clients, isn't it? If the person go and call the company will not even know that it's from you. That's it. That's the most, they won't know. There's no way they want to know because the person will not mention. So you type every information and put your own there with your pen, well written, with your name. Then you do your offline marketing. Thank you. Is that the last one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being so sincere to us. You will not give me that last.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we just quickly
recess.
And it's a small session from one of the strategies that is here too, Mr. Okay. You have to watch as you said.
Morning, everybody. I'm just going to add to what she said. First of all, we always need to look within when we're trying to sell. So what do I mean? We know people who can actually afford what we're selling. So instead of just going out, you first look at your inner contact. look within first. Then there are one or two people that you know that can afford whatever you're selling. Start the relationship with them. Once you get the contact, you get one sale. That first sale should be the seed for the future. I don't know if I'm making sense there, but that should be the seed for the future. So even in your WhatsApp, I mean, my staffs, I tell them that there's always somebody that can afford what you're selling that's inside the phone. But we don't most of the times, we're not always settled. We really allow the problem to overwhelm us that hinders us from creating things. So you sit down, look at your product. For instance, let's say you're selling a product of 2 million. There are people that can afford that with a payment plan. You break down the payment plan and send it to them that way. Anybody that is interested will come. Now, also to the flyer, if I'm the one and you use TPS for my flyer, I will not call you. Do you get? I will not call you. I will call the company. I mean, the company's name is there. The logo, the product is there. I'll just go to the internet and search for the product and go. When you are sharing your flyer, it's to build relationship.
Realized.
You are connecting with the person. You are giving the person your flyer. The way you respond, the way you interact with that man at that moment or lady at that moment is what is going to make the person deal with you instead of going to the company. So we don't just share the flyer. Make it an habit. Oh, today I'm going to speak to 10 people. I'm not going to share flyers to 100 people. What did I say? 10. So as you start your day in the morning, you have a number fixed in your head. That 10 is enough. 10 times 10 days is how many? That's 100 people you've already spoken to. You are building your numbers that way. And proper contact. What did I say? Proper contact. So it's not just by sharing flyers. It's by the interaction. Our job, that's why they've changed salespeople. They call us relationship managers now. Because our job is to create a relationship between us and the intended client. Just one good relationship can change your whole sales career. Just one. I mean, my own real estate career started from just one client. I didn't need to have plenty. Then from that one, he started introducing me to other people, to other people, to other people. Then technology has made life very easy. I'm still answering your question. For your LinkedIn, there's something called Chat GTP. I don't know if you know it. Go there, ask them, ask the app, how can I prepare my LinkedIn profile? It will suggest, it will give you the right topic you should use. So you don't have to pay for it. Or better still, go and copy somebody's profile and edit it to your own name. That's what we all do. What we're doing, every business idea is just recycled. You're just adding your own to it. Go and copy somebody one. That person that said it, go and copy his own, edit your own, and put it. You will find out that you start making your money. I don't know if I'm making sense. So that's just it. Look within, create a relationship, and copy others. But for you to grow, you must invest more. That's why the ads is important. So I'll just give you an expo to start, but the ads is still key because you must go out. So you have to be strategic. Like she said, strategic. There are good places. First of all, looking within is also looking at your church, your nearest community too. Your church, your environment, the club around you, around your area, look within. Your friend, your brother. Then one thing we always have problem with is realtors are stingy people. We don't like sharing commission. That client that is buying for you, he needs money. And don't forget, they say the best of the same feathers do what? Flock together. So if him is buying a product of 2 million for you, that means he has 10 friends that can buy that same product. So why don't you tell him that, sir, let's look at it this way. I want you to key into this product. I know you may not have the money, but if you refer 10 other people, you'll be able to get, you share your commission with him, you'll be able to get at least half of whatever your cost of the product you are buying. Let's say, for instance, the product is 2 million and your commission is 10%. Sometimes it's as high as 20%. If your commission is 10%, 10% of 2 million is how much? 200K. Sir, take 100K from the 10 people you are giving me. You've gotten what? 1 million that you use to pay for your own. Don't forget, there's game in numbers. You too, you have 10 new people that if you pass that same message to, they'll give you 10 extra. At the end of the day, how many customers do you have? 100. What did I say? You have 100. That way, you're not even spending so much money. The only money you're spending money is gifts to them. Happy new month, sir. Take this gift. A lot of people don't understand. Relationship is business. We have to start doing business in a smart way, not the hard way. We've all started by, many years ago, we started realizing we were on the street. We sold flyers, shared everything. But I never made a sale from sharing of flyers. I realized that that was not my method. And all of us, we have different strengths and we have different gifts. If you don't know how, you don't like talking, you know that prospecting physically is a problem. So you must find a method that suits you and utilize it and keep harnessing it, keep refining it, and keep getting better. Then your sales journey becomes easy. But don't be stingy also. Learn to share. Because once you start sharing, your number starts increasing. All of us were Christians. The Bible says, give and you shall what? Receive. So let's learn how to start giving. Thank you very much. I hope my little input has been really impactful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Okay, so much for those words. Okay. Thank you, sir. We thank you so much for those words of encouragement. It was brief, but very, very insightful. Thank you, sir. So we'll just go on a 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back in the next 11:45. We're back to start the next session. You can just use that moment to network, get to know the person that is seated beside you, know how you can start doing business together. So go ahead and network while if you want to, if you are pressed, you can use the okay, man.
Yeah, no, I haven't been coming. Yes, so. You know, worry about anything but your ears and faith. I pray and supplication with thanksgiving that their best remain in the peace of God, race of us all on oh God, your love, in your mind, in Jesus Christ. Philippians 4:6 said, God will show up for you, God will show up for me, my relates, pray more, in Jesus Christ.
Grandma. Grandma.
they are veterans in the industry. I would say I'll call just like you are as my grand mentee. You know, I'll call him my grand mentee because he's also being mentored by one of my direct proteges who is doing exploits. She's in America now, handling property mats, Grenadines America. Grenadines America. She also gave me the grace to tell her one or two things about real estate. She came in and boom, she blew up. We had the opportunity of working together. That's the woman. And before, at some point when I was leaving Property Mats as one of the leaders, I had to leave her as a seed in Property Mats, and she grew into becoming a manager at Grenadines before she relocated with her family to the US. Now she's the one handling Grenadines America. And from her, she said, please, I want you to help me do something on him. I said, do something on who? This man. He has made money. And so I gave them time. We had a very great session, and I'm glad that they are here to add value to us. There are 4 in number as partners. 2 are here. The other 2 have gone to do other things. So we appreciate you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, you will see a lot of tweaking in every monthly program we have, because they are great alumni of LBS, Lagos Business School. And so we're looking at how we can sit down together with my partner, my friend here, to see how we can bring in much more professionalism and introduce a lot of things into the monthly meet and greets, so that we can give more value to you. Like I always say, my favorite quotes from the late Dora Quinley is, great leaders plant trees that they themselves won't benefit from the shed. So it's not in the volume of money you have in the bank, but how many people have you impacted? How many people will wake up in the morning and say, if not for you? How many people will say that? That is how we want to consciously live our lives. As a matter of fact, I am not supposed to be here, but I mean, like, this program 24-hour notice was given to it. So I was shocked that people still turn up. Now, because we want to see at least once every month, we must sit down together and have this program at least once every month. And so if we don't have it today, that means we didn't have it for the whole month of July. Because I was thinking about the protest, and I was thinking, will people be able to come and all of that? But of course, the moment I saw on the group that you had announced that to hold, that was what gingered me to tell the team in-house that, oh, we're having the program. It's been announced already. Let's do as few people we can gather together. Let's gather together. And they said, internet does not forget. We put this on the internet. Let it be there on record. A little here, a little there. It will amount to greatness for some people. I've seen somebody who said, he came to me many years ago. He said, sir, I want you to mentor me. And I said, my mentorship, do you want paid or free? He said paid. That year, maybe 2015 or 2016, it was 200,000 naira. I said, 200,000 naira for 3 months. He said, sir, I'll get back to you, sir. He ran away, he didn't come back. So I saw him about 2 years after, when he became the best salesperson in the organization, my former company. So he won an all-expense paid trip to this island in Tanzania, Zanzibar. Thank you. He won a trip to Zanzibar, all-expense paid trip. So it was to meet with me to celebrate him and to give him our support. That's where to give cash also in dollars. So when I saw him, I said, you didn't come back again 2 years ago that you came. I said, sir, 200,000 was a big deal for me that time. I said, so what happened? How did you get here? He said, sir, the moment I left your office, I told myself, even if I can't access you with money. Now, there are programs you have and you keep on Facebook. He said, immediately I left, I signed up on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram. Anywhere you go, I want to be seen. Anything you say, I want to work with it. And he said, within 2 years, he became a giant in the industry, in the area of sales. So how much more people who have access directly that we can talk and we can learn from each other. Please don't take all this time for granted. There are people who are clamoring to have it. There are people who are so much, I mean, we have people who are joining us online. Are we on Zoom? We have a large number of people on Zoom who are joined. We have people on YouTube. So please take your phone, check my handle, Dr. Adeniyi Adeniyi, Dr. Adeniyi Adeniyi. You can try to subscribe and share the video so that it can be a blessing to people. And let's, even your prospect, let them see you in that video. Please cover everybody's faces so they will see that you are adding value to yourself. If you check some of my videos on Instagram, on Facebook, now I am very intentional using your word that she thought. I'm very intentional now because I saw, honestly, that people, let me say this way, that if you don't put in dollars, don't expect to receive dollars. That's the truth. Now, before, I am not a car freak. I am not still a car freak, but the work I'm doing has made it mandatory for me to drive a luxury car. You know why? So one day, my chief engineer told me, he said, sir, I want you to be able to come out of a car and let me say, that's my boss coming. I said, what's the big deal? He said, we are the ones that know you and we know what God has made out of your life. But the people that wants to buy, they don't know you. I said, okay. I said, so what do you want me to do? He said, sir, anybody that wants to die should go and die. Go and buy a luxury car. I said, okay, sir, consider it done. And so I took it to God in prayers, as my culture is. Lord, what are you saying? And God said, they don't use car in heaven. He's here, you use it. And so buy. And he made it. Within 1 month, I made a sale and I collected my commission. And that commission, I used it to deposit for a G-Wagon. I don't know if you have an idea once you sell G-Wagon. One sale to the glory of God. And by the time my clients paid the balance of our payment, I balanced for the car. And within 1 month, the car arrived. And so when my engineer, so we're to have a meeting in Osborne, a joint venture partnership meeting with a partner. And the moment we got to the place where we were to pick him, and he saw the car, he said, my pastor, that's what I'm saying. He was so excited, more than, this is my car, that's what I'm saying. He said, I said, show little in me. He said, it's more than that. He said, so I didn't take him seriously until we got to that meeting. And we had a successful meeting internally in the house of a man in Ikoyi. And so after the meeting, the man decided to escort us out. And when he came out, he put his 2 hands in the pocket and said, okay. He said, I like your plate number. Now lie. Now plate number is the look. Out of the whole car, the only plate number is the. He just said, I really go. This one's cannot run with money. That was the end. They didn't ask for proof of fund to sign the JV. They didn't ask. And that's a major requirement, that if you demolish our house, I hope you won't run away, that there will be no money to build. He said, no, I'm convinced. So that was the day I recognized the place of lifestyle marketing. They call it lifestyle marketing. So that was when we consciously began to capture, when I come down from the vehicle, they see the car I come down from. It's deliberate. Because like my friend said, anybody who wants to buy 200 million naira house, they must look at you finish. That's 200 million. Look, Like in most of my programs overseas, when I have roadshow and have programs like talking to Nigerians, I want them to come because that's an assignment for me. That God is saying, try to bring as many people who wants to come back home. As some people are Japa, some people are Japa Diary. Yeah, we have a number of them. They got there, and some people would and they don't resign from their current job. They first go and test water. After 3 months, you about pay. You have a number of them. Some have done 1 year, and they saw that they can't survive it. So my assignment is to go and give them a soft landing. How can we help them? If it is Keshab properties that they want to buy in a way, we tell them. If it is in other parts of Ireland that Keshab has properties, we tell them. If it is mainland, they want to invest, we also tell our people, this is what is available. And a lot of them are gradually putting themselves together. They could not save, some of them 2 years, 3 years, 30 years. Some have not saved. Because the way the system is built, it takes back most of its money from you. Except if you are truly determined and you can fashion, quote and unquote, like you said. Some of them, I know somebody in the US that when they host us, they don't always allow us to stay in the hotel. When they host us, we may not see the man for like 3 days. He just comes home to come and pick his food flask and takes 30-minute nap to go and resume in another job. He works round the clock for 72 hours. Yeah. Back to back. Is that the kind of person that will give you money and they won't allocate him? No. It will cause you stark naked because it's not easy how they earn their money. So by privilege as the chairman of Red and Ogun States, I make it bold to say you must be very, very detailed about your due diligence, not just on the property, but to those who are the owners of the company you are selling for. Please, I always say this now in most of my symposium and meetings, that you know what? Beyond paper due diligence, go on the streets and find out one-on-one. Because now when the chips are down, the only thing that will be remaining is the character of the owners of the company that will make them to stay or run away. And you don't want to see. Most of the companies you are selling for, it is you they know. They don't know the companies. You are the real talk. It's you they know. So what will it cost you to find out first about the projects or the products, and two, who is the MD of this company? What are the things I need to know about the person? You are not making a mistake. Oh. My former secretary in Abuja, in Property Mart Abuja, when I was the branch manager, I remember very well that she because our products were premium products at that time. We had done selling Palms Garden Kuje, then we're selling grenadines in Lifecam. So she had people who had 10 million loose funds and they wanted to buy projects or products around 10 million. So she started selling for them. Unfortunately, they now had a problem. And so they could not allocate the people she sold to. And so the clients were now coming to Property Mart office to come and make noise. What did you buy? And if they mentioned the name of the estate, we don't have that one here. Actually, too near. So she just came to open up and met me, said, Oga, don't keep me outside. Please, MD must not hear about this. I said, what did you do? He said, I sold another product that is not our company's. Now they have issue and they are coming to make noise in the office. I said, so what do you want me to do? He said, they should not hear in Lagos. I said, I always send reports. If they come and secretary capture it, that I had guests who came to talk about a product we don't have, definitely it has entered the report because I can't remove it. He said, I said, so what do you want me to do now? He said, I just want to beg you. I'll go and look for the money and refund them back the money. I said, now you have spoken. That's the only way they won't come. Because if they come, If the secretary captures it, I can take it out from my branch report. And that was how we're able to, sir? Okay, and that was how we're able to close in on everything. Now, what am I saying in essence? Be very careful. We have privileged, confidential information about many developers, not just in Ogun State, where I represent as a chairman by His grace, but across all other states. And so if you follow me on social media, you will see that I started a program by God's inspiration to be bringing in chairmen of each state of Redan to come and talk about the opportunities in their states and also where are the places you can recommend prospects to buy. The whole idea is for realtors to be able to watch that video and push to their prospects who are forming very hard to get. So if the chairman of Redan in a particular state is talking about areas that people can invest in that state, then you should know that anything you are selling outside those places, there is a red sign there. That's the whole idea. So please try to follow me online so you can get more information about. A lot is happening in each state that many of us might not be aware of. In Lagos, of course, many of us are aware. So if there is any challenge with any company you have sold for, please try to make sure that you manage your client properly. It's not about the company now. If there is a challenge, it's about your client. If you block them on phone, you'll be shocked. You just enter into a place and they are the ones you will see. And God will help you enter into a country away from Nigeria. You'll find them there. Where do you want to run to? They just call Interpol. Not Mopo. Interpol. There's no difference between you and Hush Puppy because you've defrauded them. Yeah. So what am I saying in essence? Please don't block any customer. Let them know. I've said this before. My former organization where I retired as the MD, when this coastal road stuff started, they took land from the company. Land has been allocated to customers. And they called me. They said, sir, something had happened. I said, so what do you want me to do? They said, sir, we just needed you to know because about 60% or 70% of the clients, they are your customers. I said, so what do we do from here? I said, so we have to look for another land to buy, to move the people there and compensate them. They said, sir, we don't have such money. I said, there's nothing you can say. We have to look for it. As we speak right now, we've gotten to the stage of people, the family had told us, right, to move to sites in that place. That is something that I've left is haunting me now. The only thing that will make me to do that is character. Because the amount required to buy the new place now is more than $500 million. How much did we buy then? How much are we rebuying another one now that has a genuine title? So what am I saying? Do your due diligence post paper. Post paper. Paper is the one you do in Alausa or you do in Abeokuta or you do anywhere in the regulatory office. But post paper is the one you now go to the office and ask, who is the one in charge here? I want to meet the MD. Honestly, it has gotten to that stage right now. And get to know what do you don't if you go to a company that the MD is not a Muslim, not a Christian, he's a free thinker. I'm sorry, because it's only the fear of God that will keep you when the chips are down, that you still want to do something to ensure. Thank you. That you still want to do something to ensure that people's money don't go down the drain. It's only the fear of God. Because you can say, nothing they happen. Let's go to court. They don't keep people there. You go and come back. After 1 year, you get tired. 2 years, 3 years. Yeah. Please do your due diligence well. Now, let me add 2 things. I don't want to go straight to the slide on the screen. I want to say that touching from what my friend said the other time. A lot of people who are not getting back to you, truly, they are seeking the consent or the counsel of their pastors or their spiritual leaders. I think it's about time we start praying for spiritual leaders of our prospects, not to confuse them. In all honesty, there are a lot of people. I have a very, very direct and practical experience. So people wanted to buy into a project, and they said they want to go and meet their pastor. And the pastor happened to be somebody that I have a relationship with at that time. And so I went to meet him. Oh, we have a number of people who said they want to come and seek your guidance before they buy into the project. I said, that's wonderful. If it's my place they are coming, it's a done deal because I know you, I know the organization, and I know there's no problem. So I didn't know that pastor himself has conceived idea of starting his own estate. And so he had requested me for the names of all the people and their phone number. So I handed over everything to him with a clear conscience. So all my people started following up their prospect. They stopped picking the call. What's going on? So one of my managers just told me, said, sir, I think you need to talk to that man, the pastor, because they are saying, go and meet our pastor. So I went to meet the pastor. I said, sir, if these people buy, whatever is due to you, we'll give you. Please, take away the access away from the road. He said, this is the only thing God called me to do in life. I would never do any secular work. I said, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I left. My friend had told me before I got there to see him, my friend said, tell him that you borrowed money from the bank, that if these people don't buy, there'll be problem because you've invested heavily. I said, point of correction, sir. We didn't borrow money from the bank. We don't borrow money from banks by his grace. God has been funding us. He said, but if you don't say that, he won't allow these people to buy. He has an agenda. I said, let him do as human being, but let God do as God. So as he met me and we spoke and he denied it, I kept quiet. And truly, all of those prospects went to buy his own estate. And so I calmed my people down, begged them. I have to deliberately say this story because of what I've been mentioned. That's the reason why you are not hearing from any of them. Because even pastors now, what members, okay, if you have taken the business of your members, why would they pay tithes? I don't know how many of our religious leaders are behaving. You have taken over their businesses. Pastor's wife is now selling wig because she saw Sister Deborah selling wig and is doing well, checking her status. And she will call Sister Deborah, how do you charge? How much those Brazilian wig? Or those, which one is fluffy? If it is so number of inches and so number, how much should it be? And so the Sister Deborah will respectfully answer because it's the pastor's wife. But when she drops the phone, say, your pastor, and pastor's wife is selling now. And now using the influence as a pastor's wife to sell more to the members. Why I'm deliberately saying this? It is bad. I'm live, I'm online. They should leave us and allow us to grow. It is bad. I know what I'm saying. If not for God, we will have gone bankrupt as a company with what that man did to us. Because we moved every funds to go and invest in that particular state. Well, you know what God did? That's what led me to this. That sales is spiritual. I always say it all the time. You need God to be the one speaking on behalf of you to people before they can buy into what you are doing. Sales is spiritual. Now, you know what God did? When the man proved as man and God showed up as God, God began to, how did I know this? I'm about to say, God revealed himself to one of the prospects and told the person that go and call Dr. Adeniyi in Nigeria. The woman knew me before. Call him is doing a project and I don't want you to miss it. And God carried the image of the pastor to go and appear to the woman. And the woman called me and said, God said I should call you, that your company is trying to do something. Please tell me about it. I said, wow. The man who refused to advertise us physically began to advertise us spiritually. That's how I got to know that sales is spiritual. What would have been my prayer point if I want to kneel down to pray? That God, oh yeah, be revealing yourself to these people, carry their pastor's image. There was no way I could think of that. But God saw my sincerity and my genuineness and how I dealt with the man wholeheartedly, and saw how he disappointed himself and not me. And God said, you know what? I will show up. Don't worry, I'll show up. And the woman called me and said, so if I want, so every of the church member that bought were the people that didn't go to meet him. So this is one thing that is happening today. Why many of your prospects have not gotten back to you. So what do? Seek to please God and take it up in prayers. Honestly. Okay, that you prayed in one place and they didn't buy, and you feel bad. Like you said, somebody said she fasted and yet they didn't still buy. Don't feel bad. Didn't buy that one, they'll buy another one. Tell God to reveal himself to those people on your behalf. That's the truth. Somebody had to call me from those prospects and said, I don't know what you did to so person. Just beg him. Because he told us to come and buy another place. Not because the place is not genuine, but because of his own personal ambition. But at the end of all of these things, God told me one day, only orun ló ń gba tọwọ́ ọmọdé, ikú ló ń gba tọwọ́ àgbàlagbà. Meaning that when you give a child something and say, take, you want to take it back again. Child say, say, leave the child. By the time the child sleeps, they will fall down. And when you see an adult who is stingy, who does not release, when time comes, if he goes, where is he taking it to? Where? The reason why some pastors are more prosperous than the other is by the virtue of what we are doing today. They have duplicated themselves in others. And so they can't be poor, because as the people becomes wealthy, they remember who taught them, and they have a reason to come back and say thank you. While some others, they are the ones you see all the time. They want to do everything. And so the people become poor, and they are leading poor members. Anyway, don't let me attack pastors today, because I'm also ordained as a pastor. But now, I don't want anywhere I go to, I don't want anybody to address me as pastor, because that title has been bastardized. Dr. Adeniyi, simply I prefer that. So put God first. He'll be the one to speak on your behalf, because sales is spiritual. How does somebody work and make so much money, and you have come to say, give me from the money and buy what he doesn't know about? It only takes God to touch the heart of that person to release to you. Sir, you said something the other time, and I call it experiential partnership with the company. That's what you just said. That is what you are trying to sell. Why not even try to buy yourself? Was that not what I was telling you last night? I still told her and our CEO last night, I said, see, the sweetest way to sell real estate is to own from it yourself. And I shared an experience with you. I've shared this experience in a number of places. My boss who trained me, Mr. Adeniyi, I had a guest from the US at the time. And so he told me, handed over the guest to me and said, please help me take him to some of the project sites and let him pick which one that he likes. So I respectfully opened the door for the man, and he's an elderly man. Let him in. And I saw the way the man was addressing me like a driver. So I saw, you know when somebody is humble, and you know when somebody is proud. So I saw the other side. So I did myself, of course. My boss sent me on errand. I don't have to. So anyway, by the time we started moving from one side to another, and I'll just tell him, sir, by the grace of God, this project is so and so. We started this time. This is what we've sold, the percentage we've sold, and by His grace, I home one here. So I can confidently tell you it is genuine. I've been allocated and all of that. And so we got to another one, said the same thing. Got to another one, said, he said, you mean you hold? How many have I counted now? You know, when we're going, he was calling me Nii. When we're coming back, he called me Mr. Nii. And he told my boss, he said, Olola, boy is there. I said, sir. I mean, my boss said, everybody is taught to not to see themselves. He said, every one of them have invested in this organization. Even though I've left the company since 2013 till today, I'm still a part of the company because my properties are there. Not property, my properties are there. So it helped me to have a very good tie, even with my boss till today. I can't fight him. Why? Because if he tells them not to give me a location call, you can't fight him. I'm a part owner of the organization by the virtue of. So it's easy when you are talking to a prospect and you tell them, by His grace, I also own something here. So you don't just look for what you can afford, even if it is half plot, 250 square meter, buy in that company. It will give you opportunity to talk confidently about what you want them to come and buy. And that's the reason why I always say these two things. If you talk about built property, I always say that anywhere I can't sleep overnight will never build for you. And for land, any location we can't build and I pass the night there will never buy as a location for land. It's very important. So all of the products that you are telling people to come and buy, look at it yourself. Is this something I can buy? If I can't buy it, then it means that you shouldn't sell it. It's important. Because what is missing in Nigeria that has taken us to where we are today is lack of love. If our leaders, and it starts with us, we are the ones that God takes to the position of leadership. If you truly love and genuinely love, there are some things you won't do if you are the leader. That's the truth. Because if you can't live in a place, why are you telling somebody to come and buy it? You know, the dimension I'm coming out today is different. Because it's all about us. The man who grew to become the pastor, who converted somebody's business and started doing it, he didn't start as a pastor, he started as a carnal and a normal person who grew to become a pastor too, one day. Right? So anything you can't use, don't sell to people. So I want to say that part of the things that you need to know to become, to make your first millions as an add-up to what my two speakers have said is, as an addition, you must understand the market. Understand the market. It's very important for you to understand the market. And in that, you will be able to analyze trends. Analyze trends. So that will help you to stay informed on the latest real estate market trends, the demographics, the economic indicators, to identify the most promising opportunities. Understand the trends. What's happening in Ibejuleki? What's happening in Ekwe? What's happening in Aja? What's happening in Ikoyi? What's happening in VI? What's happening in Orchid? What's happening in Ikeja? What's happening in Surulere? What's up? So when you have a good understanding, okay, when somebody tells me that, You want to sell me Ilerioluwa Court in Ibejuleki, where they are taking land everywhere. I say, yes, you are correct. It is true they are taking land, but this one is not part of the one they are taking. Why is it not part of it? It has a title, and we can give you coordinates to go and search. Take a surveyor there. Let them go and stand there and go and interpose it on the master layouts of the axis to be sure that it's not part of where coastal road will go through. It's important. You must understand the trend. What's going on? If you are selling Kesha properties, you must understand that this place is exonerated or excused from what is happening in Ekpe. Because people will tell, and one bad mistake we always make as salespeople is to begin to defend and argue. Just give them facts. It is not part of it, and this is the reason why it is not. I can give you the coordinates. You know, one day I had the privilege to speak to a group of Nigerians in the US. And so a company had first come there to market before I got there. So they were a group of friends. I mean, there were plenty. And that place I was going, that house, when Jonathan was the president of Nigeria, he sleeps in that house. To tell you, it's not a small place. The house is sitting on about 4 to 5 acres, owned by a Nigerian. And so they invited me to come talk to them. And so all the friends were there. They were waiting. So when I got there, and I said, the project I was selling at that time was selling for 5 million per plot. And they said, the same area that somebody just came to sell 1.2 million this morning. Why is your own 5 million? I said, it's true. That's, thank God I'm in America. I said, so I want us to go and use a particular app that we can use to check. Did they leave you with the name of the original name of the community? They said that we can call to get that. So they called, they got that. I said, so we just put my own community where I'm selling. We'll put it there and look for a major landmark and see how many minutes from this major landmark to the community of the other company. And we check the major landmark from my own community to the landmark. And you can take decision based on that. They said, fine, fantastic. You know, there's no argument. I'm saying it gently the same way I'm saying it. I said, we want to learn. They just put it there. And so from the major landmark we chose for the both projects, we saw that my own was 5 minutes to the major landmark. The other one was 3 hours to the major landmark. So I did not run any company down. I said, so you can make a decision. I now said, in fact, if you need the one of 500,000 per plot, you can still get if you go 5 hours from that major landmark. He said, Alayewana, calm down. So it's not, so you don't have to run any company down. Just be informed. Know what is going on in the axis you are selling. Don't say this is the only product I'm selling. That's all I want to know. Check all other competing products around and learn 1 or 2 things about them. And don't run them down, I beg you. Please don't run any company down. Just be informed about your own and know 1, 2 things about the ones around you. So when they say that, okay, a man called me, okay, I went to one store on Ogudu Road here. Is a luxury store. So their shoes about 1.5, 3 million, 5 million for the shoe, jackets about 10 million. So I met the owner of the place and we're talking. And the guy said, he said, so tell me where your products are since you are my customer. So I said, he's in Kenya. I said, let me call one of my guys. He has money. He can enter this place and buy goods of 100 million. Not to go and resell, so where? You know, there are some spots where you get prospects from. So I always ask people, when you say you are not selling, because you can't be selling products of 150, 200, 100 million and be going to hit I don't want to mention. One day I told some people, I said, you must be, that's your word, intentional. Intentionally tell yourself, I want to go to Sheraton and take dinner. And the person shouted among the audience and said, that's the money for a pot of soup. I said, continue eating your pot of soup now. Is that where you meet people? No, now. As much as it's good for you to be responsible at home and cook at home, put a pot of soup, you must have dates of when you will go out for the purpose of meeting people that matters to your destiny. You can't meet them under the duvet. That's it. You must go out. Okay, you cook a pot of soup, 20,000. That was then anyway. A pot of soup now should be around 50,000 minimum, except you want to use tomato paste. What I mean, I got home late one day, and my wife she had gone to bed, and she left my food in a food flask and left the soup in the pot and said, she knows I'll take it. So when you leave a man to take soup by himself in the pot, oh my God, what an opportunity! Serve yourself. In fact, I didn't know that it was that plenty until I microwave it. I've now made it plenty in the plate. The soup, opoku, the ewedu, oja. By the time I warm it, everything will dissolve. So my wife, I now mistakenly told her that, come and keep me company now. So she came downstairs and said, they sacrifice today. I didn't know to touch a sacrifice. You are the one that tempted me. You said I should take it. And when you tell a man to serve himself in the house. So, and as I now eating it, I now said, I can't finish this soup. I said, I'm sorry, this is a waste. I was telling her, I said, I'm sorry, I wasted this soup because after saying one thing, I said, oh my lad. All right. Analyze trends. So locate hotspots, pinpoint the fastest growing neighborhoods and regions with high demand for residential and commercial properties. There are places where it's happening that you have to sell if you truly want to make sales. And so it's our responsibilities as companies, as developers, to locate those places. Now, when we saw that luxury projects are doing well, but it's not what people buy every day now, we began to think of something more affordable. And that's what took us to Kobakwe in Abeokuta. That we know that, okay, we can do 2 million per plot. If you are doing 1 acre, instead of 12 million, you pay 9 million. People want something affordable now that is genuine. And now we said, if we want to do something like that in Lagos, if we go and do the one of like 2 million in Lagos, there's no guarantee that we can get title on it. Where can we get title? That was what took us to Ogun State. At least that's my territory. And I can easily approach my Ogas. Oga, title. In Jesus' name I pray. Yeah. So locate hotspots, places that you know that people are buying. It's our responsibility. Myself and Madam Keshap, we're working on a number of things that we know that there is need for, and people have a need for it, and they will pay for it. By His grace, many more will still come out, and you will hear of them, and we can do it together. So then also assess risk. Assess risk. Carefully evaluate the potential risk and challenges to make well-informed investment decisions. Assess risk. What risk is there? If we do this, minimize it. You must sit down and look at it. Okay, we're doing this. What exactly is the risk involved in getting this done? Okay, if you see a place around the major expressway that you want to sell for a company, and the estate is just by the roadside, it has a huge percentage of risk. You know why? Because I'm talking about a major expressway, because there is a 2-kilometer setback It's now 2 kilometers. Yes, Savio told me it's 2 kilometers. That they've extended by 2 kilometers. It means it should be 2 kilometers off the major expressway before the estate starts. It means that from that express to 2 kilometers, you're not permitted to build. It will be under committed. Because majorly, within those 2 kilometers radius is for road expansion, and they give it to commercial ventures. Like, if you go on that from Shagam Expressway that takes you to Abeokuta, if you look at the right and left, you see major companies there. So that's what is reserved for, majorly. So assess risk. When you want to sell, go and inspect and assess it yourself. So capitalize on emerging opportunities. We're talking about how to make your first millions in real estate. These are some of the technical ways, plus what my first two speakers have said. Capitalize on emerging opportunities. Capitalize on emerging opportunities. Look for affordable properties, both land and houses. And also look for luxury properties. People are buying it, but you just need to change your lifestyle if you want to sell luxury. When you are selling low cost, you don't have to dress low cost too. You can still dress high cost. Paint an impression to those your prospects that you are more than what you are selling. But I'm just selling it because I want to help you. That's the truth. Dress more than what you are selling. Painting a picture that I am here to assist you. Don't let any prospect make you feel like you are being assisted when they buy, because they are not buying in your name in the first place. In the early days of our real estate journey at Property Man, I always tell most of those ladies that men are sleeping with that, should I tell you something? If I tell you not to sleep with a man, you say because you are a pastor. And I'll tell you that you can sleep with a man if you want, right? If that is the way you chose. But just make sure that he's buying the property in your name. Is it not worth it? At least if you sell 5 minutes of your life, have something that is memorial for it. Even if you have used your glory, at least you have eaten from the glory. You don't understand. Because it's not everything that is free. No free lunch in life. Even in Freetown, you will pay. You don't understand. In Freetown, you want to enter Freetown in Sierra Leone, you will pay $50 to enter. If you are going out, you pay $50 to come out. If not, only jadi. So what's free about the town? Nothing free. The man said he wants to sleep with you because he wants to buy property from you. You first sit down and talk to him. Now, I don't normally, on a good day, I don't do this because I'm a child of God. But if you say you insist you want to do it, will you buy the property in my name? And you see the guy's eye, it will change. What do you mean? For what? I can get a girl outside 10,000, 15,000. Go and get that one. Yeah. One day, as I always say, one day, a lady, the days of 2008, so a man had bought from one of the realtors and came back to collect his refund. That time, you can do refund within 24 hours. You collect the money. Because the installment then was 25,000 installment. And so the man came back, the 2 or 3 installments he has paid, collected everything cash. The company deducted their money. And the man collected and put the money in the pocket and left. So when the realtor came back, and I told her, I said, your client came here to collect his refund, and he has been paid. She started crying. I said, he's collected, is it not his money? The company has deducted their own. And said, I said, so when the guy became so personal, you don't understand. I hope the man didn't sleep with you. He cried more. I said, She now began to curse the man. Curse the man. Oh, yeah. And it's not worth it, actually, if you look at it. Because you can come for refund anytime. And so when you are anyway, maybe you collected commission on it. That will be the gain you have. Maybe for a 12 months payment plan, he has paid just 2 installments, and you've collected, he slept with you before the first installment, and he has collected commission on 2 installments. And your goal is, at least by the time you collect commission on the remaining 10 installments, you make up. And now, at 2 installments, the man don't cash out. So how much did he pay to sleep with you? Only the commission on the 2 installments. Please, it's not worth it. 50,000, 10%. We're paying 10%, 5K. Meanwhile, sir? Ọmọ ẹ sunkún gan. Seriously, ìgbẹ́ tó bá pàdé máa ń máa pa dànù. You cheat me. You broke my heart. It's not worth it. I remember one particular senator on the Federal Republic of Nigeria who came out publicly to say the biggest regret she has is that she sold herself so cheap for men to eat that she never saw herself becoming a senator. That if she knew that she would still be playing with money, she would never have done that. Because most of those guys, that when they even see each other now, they say, senator, how far? You know, when you do something that you enjoy, or just the two of you, there's consent, you enjoy it, you won't feel bad. But the one that you did for money, that you just survive, and they've been pressuring you in the office or among your peers that you should have to go and sell. So, and you come back. The way you women feel it, me too, they tempt us outside. I must say that one. I remember I wanted to sell. It's shocking to you. I went to sell to somebody, and the woman collected 6 forms from me. 6 forms outright. She wanted to do outright for everything. She said she has all of her friends. I was very happy. And so she told me to come and collect the few form in the night. And so I got there in the night. I was very excited. As a matter of fact, in the afternoon, a house help came to meet me that, sir, I heard you're a pastor. Please pray for me. I have this pain. And I genuinely prayed for him. And by the time I came back in the night, it was the guy that came to open the gate for me. He said, sir, God has healed me. Oh, thank you so much. I was very happy. He said, mama, I'll catch out to me. I said, see, just this a miracle. So the woman told me to sit down. She said, I'm happy you actually came. You know, I've been like this. I've been removing my hair for many years. Said, I was attracted by this your hair head. Kọ́lé fọwọ́ sí. Oríṣiríṣi ọwọ́ kò dá lórí. I thought she was joking. If that's the compliment I'll receive for her to drop the check, thank you so much, ma. They say, leave, ma. What's wrong with you? Right now. You are laughing. I'm telling you, it was only God that brought me out of that place on hot. Yeah, I won't tell you the full details. But when I entered the car, I said, bye-bye. The leg work.
Please, Jennifer, mute your mic. You're disturbing every other person on this session. Please mute your mic. You're not the only one in the training. Please.
Just to sell. She called me the week after. She said, I've not been seeing you. Won't you come and pick your form? I said, I'm not selling again. I'm telling you, yeah. You know why? Maybe I would have enjoyed myself with her and collected all the forms I bought. But I saw a very desperate woman. That if I do something with her, and she knows I have a family, that's why they clear some people's family. Yes, I've seen that she can do it. So I didn't do it not because of God only, but because of the love I have for my family. Honestly. So bless you, daughter. You must always think about things. There are some decisions some of our parents have taken, one step, that have ruined the entire family. Bless you. Bless you. So ensure that in all you do, put God first. You can't be saying sales is spiritual and you are praying and you are fasting and you are supporting God by doing some things. It won't work. That's the truth. Because as you're about to touch it, it's the one that moves on your behalf to go and touch people's hearts and say, my daughter, let me tell you one. I met the woman in Jordan, Israel, and the moment I spoke to her, she told me that I should collect her husband's number. I didn't know why. I was happy that at least they said I should collect the husband's number. So I exchanged the contact. And the following day, I saw the woman and she said, excuse me, please, sit down. I want to talk to you. So I was very happy. She said, who are you? Who are you, Ke? Who are you? I said, what do you want to know about me, ma? She said, yesterday that I said you should collect my husband's number, it was a discharge mechanism because I know my husband does not pick call. So I deliberately wanted to discharge you. I said you should take. But when I got upstairs, that God told me that, do you know who you just discharged? That's my son. Go and search for him. And whatever he has to do, he tells you, do it. I said, Lord, thank you. That was when I knew that truly there are a lot of things you can't say all in sales, in trying to prospect to people. Majority of the things you will say, they are things that God just wants to help you to make the people to hear. You don't need to talk too much. It might just be one simple thing that you say that God will magnify in their hearts and they'll buy. If I'm talking about God, that's the only one that has worked for me. As much as I read so much to get better, I go on my knees and say, Lord, I don't know anything. No. You are the only one who can help me magnify the little I know in the hearts of these people as I go to talk. One day I was talking in an insurance company and very fantastic step. Even me, I clap for myself. And somebody stood up and said, that's how real estate people always talk. Don't believe him. If it were you, what will you say? So I now said, can I still say something? They said, talk now. The fire was burning and somebody just carried water and pour on the fire. It's only the wisdom of God that can speak for you at that instance. And so I said, she's actually right, what she said. That's how many of us always behave. Me too, I have come like many of the others. But the only thing is this, that even children from the same parent, they came at different times. And all of them will go at different times. So all of you in this organization, you all join at different times. You didn't join together. And you don't know the plan of each one. So if you follow what this woman just said now, it may be a misleading effect. Because the woman you just spoke now, I will come and tell some of you when she comes behind to come and buy from us. He said, no, you lie. I said, I have heard you one. Some of your friends have done that before. After the presentation, some people came to meet me. Come and tell me more. Don't let nobody can make you feel inferior without your consent. Some of you will have gone down there. What did Daru? What was that to say? all your sleepless nights, prayer and everything, you allow somebody to finish it and you keep quiet. I won't fight you. But can I say something? Simple. Two of my guys went to speak somewhere, Nigerian Prison Service headquarters in Abuja. They finished talking like this. Two people stood up and said they should not buy from them publicly. And those guys came back and they were so sad. I said, don't worry. Did you mark the face of those two people? Say yes. I said they are coming to come and buy behind. And the day the first one came, one of them ran from, one of them is my brother-in-law, Dimeji. He ran to me in my office and said, sir, Otonio, one of them has come. I said, go and listen to what she has to say. He said, don't mind those people in my office. What do they know about property? Put me informed. Yes. That's the way human is wired. Yeah. It only takes those who are broken, who actually knows God, to think about others. Such people who talk like that, they don't want anybody to do anything good in the organization. Only them. Yeah. Get the money, Ben. Thank you, man. So don't let anybody bring you down when you go and prospect. Don't fight them. But you must understand yourself, understand the industry, know what they are saying, know how to give 1 point without fighting, and let them know that truly what you have said, I didn't dispute it, but just that this is what I know. I know we are genuine. I know that we are registered. I know that this property has a title. If it is under processing, there's no big deal. The one that has CFO, too, they started processing one day, none, Abi. So if the CFO is not here, out, it's on the way, it will soon be out. And I can give you document, file number for you to go and verify. So you don't have to condemn me and categorize me, use a blanket statement that we're all 419ers. They have right to say it because many of us have destroyed the industry. Yeah. I was saying something here with you and you, sir. I was talking about Engineer Dipo, his house. Engineer Dipo is one of my engineers. And when Bishop Oyedepo gave me a project in Kenaland, he was the one that spearheaded the project. Now, all the little things that God was helping me to do for him, I didn't know that those things were going to speak. One of my trips to London, he told his elder brother that, my mentor is in town. I want you to go and visit him for me. And the man came. He drove more than 1 hour to my hotel. You know what happened? When he got to my hotel, he gave me a brand new phone in the pack. A phone, a Samsung phone with a SIM card. He said, sir, you need to make calls. This is a gift I brought for you. He said, my brother had told me how God had used you for him in Nigeria. Thank you so much for being a blessing. And gave me. I said, sir, even my brother in London have not come to visit me. You came all the way. He said, no, it's the seed that you have sown. And the man said, this is not the only thing God will use me to do for you in London. I'm going to take you to places. That was the man who took me into the first studio I entered in London to talk about real estate. From that studio video that was done, somebody bought one of our terraces in Ikeja. When the man gave me his card, that's the man who bought, gave me his card, I saw chief head of staff, World Health Organization. Shocked. He came to this office. We just wore one simple sandal. And the moment he saw me and he sat and said, I watched your video in London and I'm impressed. And so I just want to know who is the MD of the company. And so I said, it's not more than this, it's this small me. They said, no, don't say anything, I'm convinced. Those are people who don't like noise. The following morning, bang, my phone was saying, bang, 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 alert, bang, 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 bang. You know, there's alarm. Before 10, that's paid. What happened? Just one person that God used you for connected to another person, carried me into a studio. I didn't pay a dime. He paid everything for the studio session. Took me to, he's a very established man in the UK. That was how the destiny of this company opened up in the UK. people started calling, say, can you come and talk to us? So UK is my second home now. Yeah, from one person. Please leverage partnerships and networks. Leverage partnership and networks. Please, I want to beg you, my friend and partner has spoken about this, that there are some things that you must stop doing if you truly want to make sales. Leverage partnership and networks. You can't do it alone. See, in the scripture, we saw when Jesus was always sending people out to go and preach, he would send them out 2-2. Do you know why he does that? I'll tell you. Jesus was a perfect example of everything we can think of in life. Every book you read about temperament, Jesus exhibited it first. There were times that he exhibited each temperament. The same Messiah that was healing people, that was giving people food, that was doing this, he flogged people when they were said buying and selling. Why does he send 2 people out? Simple. He identified the ones who are choleric and the sanguines. So when somebody is talking too much, when they go out, there's somebody who knows how to break their ice. Like the other one that will say, it's time to collect the check. Oga, you know? So that means that you need to leverage on partnerships. If you know you are talkative, you can use it to your advantage to break a ice, or get somebody who doesn't talk too much to partner with you, and you'll be going out together. Me and somebody, we went somewhere, and I can break any ice by the grace of God. And I've spoken, the woman loved me so much the way I was talking. And my partner whispered to my ear, Pastor, it's time to collect the check. Once he like you already, what's it? You need somebody who will not run you down, who will not go back and say, Madam, no. Somebody that you know that when you are not around, they can continue with the conversation. Do you know that our branch manager, who is representing the country representative in the United Kingdom today, bought into some of our projects? She has been allocated, and so she had experienced it, and so it's easier for her to talk about it. Of course, we've been friends from school. When she went to Osu also, and we met again in London after many years, and she said, I used to be your customer from Agowe when I was doing phone call business. And that was how we got connected. And in that event where we got connected, it was Evangelist Sofa Labi, the minister. So we co-sponsored the event. And so she brought me out and raised up my hand and said, any property you want, this is a tested and trusted brand in Nigeria, buy from him. And so the lady saw me and said, this is about phone call, I'll go with photocopy machine. And that was how one thing led to the other. Today, by his grace, last year we celebrated her as the most sold out partner in deal clinchers. She sold anything for this company last year, by his grace. Partnership. So when I have a meeting in the UK, every meeting I have, I tell her I'm coming, I must go with her. And when I won't be around, she'll continue from where I stopped. You need a partner. You can't do it alone. Raise somebody who understands and knows where you stop the conversation. So one day she told me, she said, I think I've shared this before, that she said, so sir, there is a prospect that I want you to meet. But you know what? She's somebody that is very busy. And she said she wants to fly to Nigeria to come and see the property. And so I said, let her come. So she woman came, I personally saw her, and she said, I would like to see the property. You know, God helped me to do one thing that I did not touch the heart of the woman. And so when the woman entered my office, she sat in front of me, my table. And so I was talking to her on my seat. And I said, mommy, so sorry. If you don't mind, can I come and sit beside you? She said, why? That's your seat now. I said, don't let the person that will help me call me big man. The woman just laughed. I sat beside her. I didn't know that I got her with that. And so she said, I think I like you. So can we go and see your project? So we moved out, went to see. So she went back to the UK, got busy as usual. So my partner told me, said, sir, this woman wants to pay, but she's so busy, she can't attend to us at this time. I said, so what are you saying? She said, I don't know whether you let me talk to her. I said, but you told me that there is bank holiday next week, Monday. She said, yes. And that was on a Saturday. I said, so there's bank holiday on Monday. She said, yes. There's bank holiday on Monday. She said, yes. So people will not go out. There's holiday. She said, yes. I said, please help me open your laptop. She said, to do what? Go to the airline website. You are buying tickets now. I'm coming to London now. She said, for real? I said, you are joking. I'm coming to London now. It was around 2 p.m. in the afternoon. She got me a 5:30 p.m. flight. Pack my load. I told my wife, I said, it has happened. She said, what has happened again? Said, you will drive me to the airport now. He said, are you joking? Said, oh my God. I said, don't worry, I'll be fine. It's for her future to be better. You know, a lot of people who are holding my apron. If I don't succeed, they don't succeed. I have to run because of them. Said, Anyway, fast forward. When the woman saw me in her house, you know, she has come here before. When she saw me, you know, when Stanley Bank say one customer bank, Awala Nyebe. What customer bank means that we they answer that name. It's Bill Clinchers, one customer. You go see me when you are forming big. The woman said, Pastor Nee, what are you doing here? And you Mowawa. It's you I came to see. It's you. Or you have an event in London. I said, no, you are my event. I'm telling, I have this recorded on my phone. He said, I said, Benny, what today? I've come. Mommy, this is the original form. What she gave me before was printed photocopy. This is the original. Joko. You say what? Mommy, I didn't come for food. MD, no wow, me royal. Even if you don't want to buy for no reason, you buy because I'm here. Because I paid for the flight and I flew business. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw fear on her face. Pé mo ti rogo. Ó tọ́jà mi. Ó lọ fi mo dákú ṣeré mọ́ṣáláṣí. You go and faint beside the mosque around to 4. The currently alone, what the table. I will not wake up. My first of them will what? Oh my God. Yuma said, you know, she can't say that I'm here already. She said, actually, I will pay. But it's just that the cash is not available now. I said, you want to pay cash, not transfer? He said, yes. I said, so when will the cash be available? He said, maybe within the week, next week. You know, remember I left on Saturday. Said in the coming week. I said, like, how many days, which day do you have? He said, I'll call my bank and they will help me arrange how I can pay next week. I said, Mommy, like I said, I came because of you. So I will extend my tickets to any time after you have answered me. Yes. So, but the first thing is first fill form now that I know that you are serious. She filled form. Let me. I said we should not stalk them. I said one time we stalk you because man, the project needed that money, and I knew that I was not going there to play. I went there with a mind. If it is to fast, man, fast. For me, only Padawa Nigeria until this woman pays. Yes, I waited for 2 weeks, but I came back with the money. Yes. You know, when I see many of our young people there, I say, you are still joking. Oh, it is serious. 2 weeks, yes. I waited 2 weeks. I didn't have the number of change of clothes I should have because I planned maybe since it was a point day on Monday that she will answer me Monday, Tuesday, at least if bank open on Tuesday. I waited for 2 weeks, but I got my results. She'll pay me parts and say, this one that if you can still wait, my bank said they will bring they can't get enough money. They get money again, maybe in another 3 days. 3 days. Me that waited 4 days. 3 days will not be too much. I will wait, man. If they say 5 days, I will wait. I said, don't you have anything to do in Nigeria again? People are doing it. This is the only thing we do actually, to go and collect money and sell property to people. And that's what I'm doing here. If you have some of your friends, introduce them to me so that I can engage more with them. Adeniyi, I said, Mommy. Okay, if I come to Nigeria, is it not to get prospects and sell? You want me to do mentorship training and class? I can do it virtually from any part of the world. And this one, they say I should wait to collect money. Is it your money that I want to collect? It should be it's our money. And I say I will wait. And my wife is not complaining. I'm telling her, and that woman said another 3 days. So she said, what are you coming to do in Nigeria? You have gone already, we have adjusted. Thank you, God bless you. Am I going to make up mind me? Yes, we will. And do you know what happened? From that one contact, introduced me to somebody else. And the other contact too, it has not stopped till today. So leverage partnerships and network. So today, that woman now, she's now giving me away from property. She's discussing other deals. When I say deal, I mean deal. When deal, I can't say it in front of camera. Deal. Can you do this? Deal. Because she has seen that this one, don't try nonsense with it. As I'm talking to you, in fact, this man holding phone, David, and that auntie at the back, Mirabel, they go out with me a lot when I'm around. And they told themselves one day, I'm my pilots, they said, you want to work with Dr. Adeniyi, better hold your toothbrush and your nightie. If you go out, you may not come back in 3 days. Because if I don't get results, I don't come home. Yes. I tell people I'm mobile. When I say mobile, I'm mobile. Yes. Anytime T. You want to make your first millions, you must be mobile. When I'm saying mobile, not car. You can move anytime. Yeah. You can move anytime. All this, it's 5 o'clock. It's time to close. It's time to go. Oh, they make care. I'm telling you facts. Because those who actually controls the wealth, they are people who are after 5. It's not the work you do 8 to 5 that makes you succeed. It's after 5. When I was with Mr. Adeshope, sir, when my colleagues have closed, that's when I've resumed. From 5 o'clock, we leave the office 1, 2 a.m. Yes. Before you arrive the following day, we have determined your fate, whether you remain as a staff or not. So when you see most guys who are in those social clubs, Lagos Country Club, Eco Club, Lawn Tennis Club, Golf Club, it's the time they finish from the office that they go there to go and sign contracts and close deals in billions when you're already on that duvet. By 8 p.m., what's in Shinono? They wake you up to or there. Like it's very annoying. Honestly, there was a time they told me to come and pursue many of our youth away from the altar. When they are supposed to be working, they are praying. Yes. That's not Christianity. That's not Christianity. It's walk and pray. Now, if you check Paul, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 10, Paul said, he said, yes, there's a place of grace. He said, but I labor more than all day. He labored more than every one of them. Can't be praying and be disturbing God when you're supposed to be working. You now leave after 5. You now enter traffic and spend 3-4 hours inside traffic to do. I mean, when you are supposed to look for public places around your office or where you are prospecting, go and sit in gardens and connect with people. Go and join social clubs and meet people there. You don't know how to play golf. And so what? The people who are playing, did they bond them with golf stick? No. They also join one day. You can't afford to join right now. Go with somebody who is a member. I was not in the country. I said, Mirabel, didn't I send you to go to lawn tennis club? Yes. I told him, I told her, call one of my friends who is a member. They'll grant you access, they'll give you access. And that one said it's not in the country too. Connected that to somebody else. And I started going there. You want to make your first millions? You must network and partner with people. I keep saying it over and over. I met somebody in the flight the other day. And in that flight, the woman said, my budget is 400 million. Yes, my budget is 400 million. So now she has booked for the next estate we are doing by the grace of God in Ikeja GRA. She's on standby. She has called me to say, so when is this starting? I'm ready to pay. I said, Mom, you still hold the money. 400 million. You now tell me that there's no money in Nigeria. Don't join them to say it. Oh, wow. Just connect with the right people. Where do you go? What time do you go home and sleep? 24 hours in a day. Out of 24 hours, if you sleep 8 hours, that's 1/3 of the day, right? You know what that means? If you are to spend 120 years on earth, according to Genesis chapter 6 and verse 3, that God promised you 120. If you sleep for 1/3, or you sleep for 40 years, you don't understand. Out of 24 hours, you sleep 8 hours. So meaning in one day, that's 1/3. So if God grants you 120 years, 1/3 of the 120 years is 40. So you slept for 40 years. You're supposed to beat yourself. You don't understand. So meaning that if you have to spend 90 years and you have slept for 1/3, 30 years, so the remaining 60 man. Take out the ones, take out the ones of the old age there. Take out the ones that you went to school there. What did you do with the remaining? I tell people, they say, sir, you look like you need rest. I say, I'll rest. I'll rest. When I get to heaven, I will rest. Well, yeah, I don't make any. My loud do me. When you can rest, while I business like no, I don't get any. Yes, me also. Say me also. Once or also. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Wake up. That's the song that came to my head. Collect your money. Father, don't fee, I want to buy or come and price my property. You become a project in my life. There's a man that came when Trumpville started. That man, when I was a copper, that was the time the man had been, he was one of my prospects. He was first a suspect, who later became a prospect, and 2 years became a client. The man came to tell the staff, he said, this yoga, very desperado man. When I'm coming from my NYSC secretariat, I'll go and sit down in the shop. He said, Copper, come and be going. I said, go to where? You are the only one I'm serving. Because after you service of 1 year, what do I have to show? I must sell. I must make an impact in that organization. For 6 months, I was always sitting in his house, in his shop. Eventually, when God now did it, he said, one of his friends told him about the area I was trying to market to him, and he's now convinced. He first bought 4 plots outright. At the time he bought, he was the chairman of Computer Village Association. You know what that means for me? He was just telling people, now I bought you, help me encourage him. Now Igbo man. And so when God eventually settled me and our own company was to start, I just told him, I said, Oga, my Oga don't settle me or say, make I go start my own business. So he said, Pastor Nee, what do you want me to do for you? I said, all the photocopy machine, the computer, I want them to buy from you. He said, consider it done. He said, how you won't pay? I said, we'll give you positive checks. He said, done. Everything is supplied. Everything in the 7-bedroom. Everything is supplied. And so I told him, I said, I want to come and pray in that place. So he came, he told my people, he said, this your guy, I know as they come. I knew him as a copper. And I saw that this is a man that wants to succeed. I won't be surprised if his life joined me on YouTube now. He follows me everywhere. That I know this man when he started as a copper. He's in your doggedness, your ruggedity. You know, I told myself, I said, I either succeed or I succeed. Failure is not in my dictionary. I'm not one of those people that just came to try pastime in a place. Then I've come. As I'm praying, as I'm sitting with you, I'm praying that God should touch your heart. I'm also trying to convince you that you need this thing, not for me, for your children and your children's children. You want to make your first meal, you must be desperate. Yes. As much as many of our people will say, don't show desperation, I don't need to show it. But me are desperate. I think that's me lolly, then you lolly to me lolly. But then in jail, me or jail, because mobile connie, take me or show desperation. I'm not saying I'm desperate, but what going to read body language me? If we want to move here, I put some G-Wagon, what here, or bearda, or song. Sorry, man. Please let them serve drinks, please. And they can serve light refreshment. Please. I hope my son, ma. Garment tea. Shawalomba on Shirin. You go there. Honestly, that's how you make your first millions. You must show it, you must exhibit it. Don't be apologetic about it. Life is for warfare, not for funfair. It's warfare. That in this industry, I want to rise by the help of God. You have a role to play. Because faith, any faith that is absolutely responsible, any faith that is absolutely responsible to God is an irresponsible faith. If your faith only relies on God alone, that's irresponsible because you have a part to play. Even when Jesus wanted to feed the 5,000, he still needed 5 loaves and 2 fishes. Meaning that it can't help you if you don't make move yourself. They said you should come for appointments for 8 o'clock. You are getting there after 10. Even God says, already to sue me. May God never be tired of us. Amen. Do you know something? There are things to discipline yourself about. One of it is time. 2, sleep. 3, appetite. I'm not reading Timbuku. It has entered my brain because God's servant Bishop Oyedepo taught me. There are things to discipline yourself with. Time. Sleep. Appetite. Talk. Don't talk too much. There's a time to keep quiet and ask for the check. Yes. Don't talk too much. And also, another area of discipline is, let me not say that. Thank you, sir. He said it. Did you hear him? What did he say? No. He said opposite sex. Yes. It can be, yes, you actually got it half. Because it can be a distraction. The opposite sex. It can be a distraction. You must discipline yourself. Samson, a great man, he missed it there. Okay, somebody wants to make sales. He's been making so much effort. And suddenly, somebody said, your boyfriend says, you have to see me. If you don't come this night, cancel this relationship. No, you are married, you can't talk. I will explain to my wife, Neil, this thing, as I honor you so much. But instead of me to cancel it, can we go together? That's true. Honestly, we've entered places together, and it has brought national peace. So it got to a time he said, "Go alone, don't worry, I trust you." Because she knows that when we get there, but she will sleep off while waiting for me. He say, "I trust you, go, just go." Please, you're dressing, pay attention to it. You want to make your first millions? Look like what you sell. Your hairdo, please, you must look like. Don't wear tango wig, you. There's tango wig. Sponge. Honestly, it's very, very, important. If you are a man, if you see yourself that you want to keep your beard, keep it clean. Keep it clean. You want to keep beard, let it be smooth. And you reach chaga. You enter a place, they say, Tani. Kilo feba. Check you 100 million. You can keep beard and it's very clean and neat. There's some beard you see this beard now. Yeah, it's rich. Like, you see some, see this one too. This clean beard. There's some beard do too takuku. But say that's my one money. Your earring, we pay attention to it. The kind of hairdo you do when you know the kind of face you have. There are some people with oblong face, some with round face. You must know the kind of hair cuts or hairdo that goes with your face. Your cologne. It's important. So these are part of the elements that goes hand in hand with you wanting to make money. Your cologne. Don't use, there's one cologne they use when they want to embalm. Don't use it because it brings memory of my late father. Yes. Don't use some cologne that when you enter, they say, Talokumbi. Friday. The one for Jimon on Friday. There's one. My last trip to Doha, I was counting my days to come back home. You know why? Because the hood many of those Arab use is so choking for me. It was too much. As in, okay, now you are the realtor. You now came to market me. And I know that I react to strong odors. And you now use that. And you now enter my office. You can't stay. Be selective about the kind of cologne you use. And don't use the one that is smelling like Ishe. You know Ishe? Sele. What is Shashe? The moment you enter, say, what the day of the coach? Over by check out. Because you don't understand. You are professionals and you must behave as one. I'm telling you my life. This is what has worked for me. Somebody will smell you and say, "Guy, you smell nice." And I came to meet you to collect check. You will give me now. Even if you give me another, we postpone the appointment or tell me to come back again, you will beg me. You will know that, this person is more than what he came to collect. I don't know if you understand. Be very, very intentional, right? About those things. It's very important. We have added it to our vocabulary. Be intentional. And finally, to write this book, I've told many of us before, it took me 1 year of research to write this book. 1 year of research. And that research was almost on a daily basis because I knew that I will go live on social media on Friday that time. So I needed to research before I come out to talk about one of the chapters. It took me a year. So that's why the chapters in it is, you divide it into weeks. You need to research well before you sell. Then please seek a mentor, which of course I know many of us are doing that right now, and that's why you are even here. Seek a mentor. God has brought you to submit to Mrs. Abiodun Abdul. Please hold that very well. See, all the years of her experience is what she has crashed into taking you by the hand. Whatever she tells you, pay attention to it. She's not just talking. She's talking based on experience. If she's charging $1,000 for a mentorship class, me, I'm supposed to charge $5,000 because all these things also, they come with years that you have invested in. I had a mentorship class for somebody yesterday, paid mentorship online, and the person said, as in I had 1 hour with him, and this guy is not into real estate. He's into fitness equipment. He sells fitness equipment. And we met in Doha. And so he had me spoke and he said, I must sign up to your mentorship class. And do you know that the 12 classes we should have, that you have with him, by the wisdom of God, we have done everything in 1 class. So all the remaining 11 classes is to now begin to pick those things and begin to work on them in each of the classes now. And the guy was wowed, like, wow. I told him, I said, all these things you have had by the wisdom of God is 16 years experience that I crashed into 12 weeks for you. He said, sir, do you know that all these things you are saying, I've been thinking of it, but I don't know how to go about it. I said, now begin to write it down. Now, this is how to take practical step 1, practical step 2, practical step 3. And by his grace, I know that there will be a shift in his business. So seek mentors. This is a free class. We have paid classes also. If you want to go further. The paid classes, I always have it once a week, right? Once a week for 12 weeks. That's 3 months. Practical classes. What do you need to do? We have some of the people in the paid mentorship classes who wants to bring funds to Nigeria to come and invest. And they need to first understand the terrain before they come. Please, as realtors, I advise you to be realtor par excellence, not just a realtor. Realtor par excellence. Let me give you a secret. I've shared this one too before. And what's the secret? There's a realtor par excellence that I know. Ma, how much is the least estate you are selling, ma? 1.750. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 1.750. Now, this realtor par excellence, you know what he will do? He will come and buy how many plots or acres you have left. He will buy everything. And when people come for it, you refer them to him. That's what he's doing around. He's a realtor. But he has connected to some lifetime investors that he gets funds from. You just tell them, there's one up plan that I just found, and it's a genuine company. Oga, come by. That will just give him money. Bam. Like this Cobapé now, we're starting with 20 acres. Yeah, I said, Oga, I beg, you go create time for me. Make I follow you go there. I won't buy everything. I said, Oga, calm down. We know they sell everything. No. When I know be Esau. No, we know they sell everything. They said, but sir, create time for me. So once that guy is going with me, I'll lead the inspection by his grace. He's a realtor, was a realtor by excellence. The guy is very rich as I'm talking to him. He has plenty short-let apartments on the island. and he lives in Surulere. He told me, he said, sir, when I go for any inspection, anywhere, any inspection, I just look for the closest apartment I have to that place. And I'll just call the manager in charge. Please, I want to sleep in that place. It's still a realtor. He may sit down among us here, but you won't know his work. It's a realtor par excellence. Invest in what you are doing. Invest in it. I told my partner in the UK, I said, should I shock you? I said, this cover fair we are doing now, I want to buy like 2 acres. Lock it. Didn't I tell you last night? I lock it. You know what happened? I'll buy it for the pre-launch price. After we are done with pre-launch and we start selling the launch price, I'll still have some of my inner caucus friends. I bought pre-launch for maybe 9 million per acre, right? I can sell to them like 50 million is the actual price after the launch. I can sell to them 12 million. I make quick 3 million per acre. And they'll still thank me. Yeah, thank you for helping us. But I've made 3 million. I bought one land, 1.2 million. Within 6 months, I sold for 5 million. Personal, not company. Sold for 5 million. And when I did it, about that time, to carry my entire family for vacation was 2.5 million for the flight. I just took 2.5 from the 5 million. So sale of one plot of 1.2 million, bought 6 months ago. We sold. If not, you will just be jumping up and down until you die. Plan your life, even as a realtor. This is not where your journey will end. One day you must become a developer. That should be a goal. Now, see, we are not afraid of having many developers. As a matter of fact, the joy is when you transform from being a realtor to a developer. And you can say, these are the people that trained me. That should be the goal. So start buying little by little. You buy 1 acre here, you buy 2 plots there, you buy 5 plots there. Just tell your mentors, what do you think about this location? Or if you want to buy in-house with your mentor and schedule a payment plan, you won't lose. All the land I bought in property marks today, or whether it's house or land, by the grace of God, all Benio. You say, all Benio, Baba. Or Benny. Like, people don't physically see food in front of you, but mommy see. You don't get it. Like when you think of some investment that you have done by the help of God, you just drink water. You say, Obere. It's not in the money you stock in the bank. But when you think of what God has done, and say, Omo, you're broke, you. Yes, you're broke. I'm not broke. There are things that are tied everywhere. That's how to succeed. You make your first 1 million because we've left the era of making your first million. Thank God you have made the first million now from what you have had. I'm now telling you how to spend it. You either spend it or invest it. Please, I beg you. That is how to succeed in this industry. I pray that God will grant you a heart to receive and to do all you have had today. In Jesus Christ's name. Please, before I go, don't forget, if you have not gotten any of these books, try to get it. I had a review from Oga that he has started reading some of those books, and I'm sure you picked 1 or 2 things. It's a privilege. Sir? Okay, they say they want you to say something about it, sir. Yes, sir. Which one did you read, sir?
I've actually gone through
this one.
And I came through, Madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
To seek approval, formal approval.
Yes, sir.
That I want to start teaching with
the books. Okay.
Also, in my own small way, people that I want to mentor.
Yes, sir.
I have a life mission actually. It gives me joy to bring up people.
Yes, sir.
I have a life mission to bring up people who are, indigent.
Yes, sir.
And, it could go out of scope if you don't narrow it to specifics. Now, I'm doing real estate.
Yes, sir.
So I'm, talking to people, look, you can change your life through real estate.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't matter how much you start. I've gone to lately some mechanic workshops, those that earn funds on daily basis. And I started talking to them. That look, these funds you make and you filter away,
yes, sir.
you can actually start, saving,
yes,
doing annuity investments. And thank God for my, mentor.
Yes, sir.
I've approached her, and we've done some structure that will help people who want to, pick up real estate,
yes, sir.
and begin to, pay in installments.
Yes,
and she, graciously helped me to put that structure in place. So I'm working on it. So I've started using your books, learning, putting them into ways that I can use them to teach, to teach people.
Yes, sir.
So also part of what I'm going to get today, I'm going to gradually begin to download it to people.
Yes,
actually said that the more you teach people, the more you learn.
Yes, sir.
And so I found your books as, major shortcuts, to acquiring knowledge.
Thank you.
The first one is about general strategies,
yes, sir.
How you can grow. The second one deals specifically with, minute to minute, ways you can develop real estate.
Yes, sir.
At some point yesterday, I was looking at, I was in chapter 4 that was dealing about, about how you do steel, that's
yes,
deckings
yes,
and,
yes, yes,
and all that. So
yes,
I found it very fascinating because just like what we're saying, if you're in real estate, you better just know real estate. So if I'm talking to someone, I should have some technical background
yes,
about the nitty-gritties of
yes,
how to even do construction
yes, sir.
before I begin to get to become a developer. So now, my focus is real estate sales
yes,
and services.
Wow.
And but I want to begin to understand what it means to do, scaffolding.
Yes, sir.
If I see a POP, what exactly is the content in terms of cost and everything?
Yes,
it gives you a broader, more technical knowledge of even
yes,
what you're saying. And
yes,
remember, you could be talking to clients. It's important when you're getting things done that
yes,
you have knowledge,
yes, sir.
wider scope of knowledge. So, you're talking with people and you are a realtor, and then they're talking about constructions, trends about
yes,
building,
yes,
and you don't know anything about, the trends. So, so I found your books very useful,
Thank you.
Not because I'm speaking to you, and I'm really working very hard to get to understand the book chapter by chapter, and knowledge by knowledge.
Yes, sir.
And I believe that, my interface with the book has already created a better and faster leverage for me, in respect of being a realtor.
Yes, sir.
And, I'm going to keep reading it over and over. When I came to that, I spoke to you.
Yes, sir.
The 2 books had already helped me immensely. And I want to get to, buy more of your books. And I mean, that's before I had the opportunity of saying this.
Yes, sir.
You and I had already spoken.
Yes, sir.
So that's really about the books. And, our mentor also, one day I asked her, I called you a different name, and she corrected me that I should use the word, our mentor. So I said, well, now that you have permitted me to call her Dr. Adeniyi our mentor, so, he's our mentor.
Thank you.
So, yeah, so the point is, we're going to be working with her.
Yes, sir.
And then, it's a privilege to be able to be schooled this way.
Thank God,
in
sir.
real estate, because we get to meet people every day.
Yes, sir.
And there are realtors and there are realtors. Madam was reviewing our work yesterday and said we shouldn't call ourselves real estate agents, estate agents.
Correct.
Realtors.
Yes, sir.
So I am privileged, to be part of this team and to get properly schooled about what I'm, going to have to do. And that starts from reading the books.
Yes, sir.
I was going to say, she asked us to read 3 books.
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, I have those 3 books in my, library.
Yes, sir.
But having them, I read them in the past, but
Yes,
having them, and having applied knowledge of the content of those books is what I'm getting now, because I read, Who Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Okay.
From a general scope.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm reading Rich Dad Poor Dad in respect of investment. And of course, the writers of Rich Dad Poor Dad is a heavy investor in real estate. He's one of the mainstay of the writer of Rich Dad Poor Dad. So I'm going to put all that together and be able to, have a shortcut, professional shortcut into my knowledge of real estate.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's encourage him. Among other things that he said, I actually like the way you addressed, sir, and I'm sure you'll be addressed that same way. It's really very important. People look at your jackets before you talk. They look at your belts. Somebody met us some times ago and was telling us about to buy estates, and he had about 15 different estates that he was selling at the same time, and was saying, "Hey, like Eli, am I like Eli you?" All at once. And when I looked at his belt, it was just one rope that was holding the belt from cutting. Oh, whoa. Yes, sir. Can I tell you the truth, sir? You need help. He said, hey, sir, that's why I said you should buy. I said, that's not the first thing. Even you yourself, can you buy from yourself? I said, just, if I say, if you move, bet you journey.
Okay.
He said, I said, no. I said, it doesn't have to be expensive.
Yes,
I said, I'm into real estate. I build estates. So how much will it cost you to buy a second-hand belt? I've used it before. I bought Contagua. When I bought one Contagua jeans, when I put it inside water, like it dissolved. The jeans dissolve inside water. When you know something that is washing, use the pocket. Originally, it's meant to be white, but when you wash it one time, all the pockets will form the color of the jeans, and the pocket turned to black. I said, Lord, when will you change my story? He said, son, when you are ready. That's the truth. It doesn't have to be expensive. I tell my people, some of those your shirt that has broken on the neck, and you wear it to go and prospect, they won't take you serious. Go to Obalende. There's a place they call Ballet. You know Ballet? As we are spiritual. Yes. Convention time. I will never be there. But it's great. You know what? God bless you. One day I entered the place. The guy told me, he said, now for top guys here, top guys they come here. He started mentioning the name of celebrities who they enter the place. Shirt for 5K. Brand new shirts. Like, what's the problem with the shirt? Maybe somebody bought it overseas and it was not his size, and they packaged it again and sent it, or maybe color. Yes, man. One small stain, they just send it. If you go to, when I was in Paris, the guy that took me around told me, he said, sir, he said, this is the home for all of those things that you see in Nigeria. It's just that there's no shipping line directly to Nigeria. So it enters Cotonou or Benin Republic. Then from there, they move to Nigeria and they sell it in bundles. He says, sir, I can buy one bundle for you, but you can't carry it to Nigeria. You have to ship it. Massive. How much? 5K for ballet. You buy so when I see some of our people, when I see the way you are dressed, and I say, you don't have to buy an expensive shirt. You need information so that you not be deformed. That information, you know, you can go and buy 20K, that's 4 pieces. I'm sure the price will have gone up now because God has changed. I don't go there again. But you can still wear it if it is. Life is in phases, better in sizes. But you must look good first before. And you know something? Once I buy those shirts that time, I have a bad dry cleaner. So good pelege. Good with stash. By the time they finish stashing it, again, you naturally you are humble, but the clothes is not humble to be like this. They will give you money. That's the truth. They will give you money. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be expensive. Just there's a code to apply to it. But if you don't look it, you can't enjoy it. You must look it. The jackets, don't wear coats. Please, our men and women, there's a difference between coats and suits. Thank you. Coats, teru lo wa nu e. You know teru? What's English for teru? Teru. No, there should be an English for teru. Please. No. Underline. Linen. Lining. Lining. Yes. So they put lining inside. They put lining inside it. But Tashiribaba 2, Ujuawaro. Rain will now beat you. The thing will now soak water. All the edges will now pop up like this. It will now reserve water. Have you seen an egg that rain beats before? See here, what that? They say, what are you on appointment, sir? Yes, sir, I'm on appointment. What time did our MD give you? Say, gave you 2. But sir, you can't enter with these raincoats that you are wearing. Because once you enter, the water will be traced. No. Please, it doesn't have to be expensive. There's where they get these things. The shirts, the jackets you are wearing, the shoes. Don't let it cut Bobby. You know Bobby? You know Bobby is an hairstyle that is like this. And you know, when your shoe cuts that style, you have bow leg. It looks like a joke, Abi. That's the lifestyle of some people who call themselves estate agents. Yeah. They say, how many houses are you going to show me today? They say, oh, God, if you want to see 10, I have. You know what I'm saying? Just pay transport fare. You need to be, one thing God used Property Man to do in this industry is to raise realtors, to raise people who brought sanity and decency, even the way they appear. When I joined real estate in 2008, that was one of the things my boss was able to read in books, and it taught me. We need to appear like what we're saying. They started mistaking us for bankers when we come out. Clean, you come out clean. And by the time they see you, they say, you say you're a bank? No, I'm an estate developer. I'm a realtor. We sell estates. They say, wow, I'm impressed with the way you are dressed. It doesn't have to be. If you can't afford another shoe for now, go and change the protector under your shoe. Honestly, it doesn't cost anything. Some people are realtors, they don't have polish to even polish their shoe. The day they put polish on the shoe, you will hear the shoe smiling. That's the first time polish is coming on the shoe. And we have to talk about these things. That's the truth. You don't have a car yet. I think somebody shared it once the last time that if he's going to, he or she, if he's going to a place in VI, he will enter public bus to like Obalende. From Obalende, now take Uber to VI, just to reduce the journey time and save cost. You can't enter this thing here, from here. You enter a public bus from here to VI that you are going, and you even trek about 30 minutes before you get to that place also, just to save cost. And you enter where you want to collect money and you are smelling sweat. They won't take you seriously. Honestly. And God help you. You now have Irabia. What's Irabia in English? Pubic hair on your armpits. It's now big. It's now plenty. And you are saving it to use it to do Ghana weaving. You should see, part of the schooling is not only the things you hear professionally, technically, little things make you lose sales. The person likes you, wants to give you money, but you are too smelly. And he's saying, no, I'm sorry, I can't. In his mind, he's saying, no, you don't look like the person that should get money. There was a time, Mr. Kwe, there was a time somebody versus Bright Ezioje wanted to get a sale. The first person had been going there over and over, couldn't get the sale. The day Bright went there, he collected the money. Bright, he could collect the money. When he bought his first Camry, he brought it to my office and said, sir, come and dedicate this car. Say, now you teach me. Say, now my commission I take buy. Come bless him. Brought wine for me. Say, Bright, this is how to get these things done. When people have gone home, Bright to go and sit down in CMD. There is one operation center in CMD on CMD Road. After 5, Bright said, you go and buy drinks, sit in front of people. People that ordinarily you can't enter their office. Bright is there. You don't know them because they flag their tie. You don't know who they are. Some of them, 1, they are waiting for traffic to go down. 2, some of them have marital issues. They want their wife to sleep before they get home. Yes. I'm telling you live. This is practical. Some of them, there is one business meeting they came for. That's why they are there. These are people you see for free. And by the time you sit in front of them, have a conversation. Sir, can I join you? They are bored. People are going through stops. You meet them. Some of them will even open up to you what they are going through, why they are sitting in that place. In most cases, I don't start with the business I came with. First, try to make friends with them, and they open up. Because if I don't know you, how do I know the kind of products I want to recommend for you to buy? I can't tell you to buy a low-income product when I know that you fall into the category of luxury. I can't tell you to buy luxury when I have listened to you unconsciously while they are talking. Psychology of Selling. You have to read that book. Psychologically, you have placed them where they are. Somebody asked me one day, he said, sir, how do you know that this person can afford this particular product? I said, I have seen the back of his leg. He said, there's a way you see somebody's back of it. I want more. What you shame at the cure at the pedicure. I said, clean, no? Finesse, clean, what detail. Look at the frame of the glasses. Yes, but boy, you are away. Back. Sir. He said, yes. Psychology of selling. You know Faraja? When they talk, yes, you will know. When you less than 5 minutes, they are going to go away. Spiritually, physically, less than 3 minutes. You know, you can't be a youth pastor. You don't understand. So that's where I want to stop. Maybe you can ask your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It was actually an explosive moment. great learning.
Thank you.
I think we learned a lot. If you have questions, or we don't have questions, that means you have learned very well. Okay, you have a question. Okay. I just want to know the format. So how do you want it? Question, then you answer all at once.
Question, I can't forget.
Okay, okay. Ask and get response.
Yes,
Yes, sir. You're welcome, sir.
I really thank my mentors, who Miss Abiodun, for bringing me here, because I don't know why since I met her. I don't know you are also an alumna of OU.
Okay.
Because I graduated from OU last year.
Okay.
And when I did a conversation, I was really happy and great to see that.
Yes,
My question is that I want to start real estate. I want to go into real estate. I want to be a realtor. And I realized I need to know much about the product. I need to have the product knowledge so that I can speak skillfully, as she has told us, when talking to the client, and then able to answer the client any question, not to be confused by my own self. So, sir, how do I go about it starting out? Like to have the product knowledge, how do I go about it? Like now, my other mentor, Queen Adi, said I should make research, and I've been trying to make research.
So you have mentor, grand mentor.
Yes, sir. So she said I should make research, and I've been trying to make research, but I think my research are not full yet. I don't want to dive into what I will not be able to convince people about. So how can I navigate my research?
So let me understand, sir. Are you trying to do estate development or just sales? As a realtor?
Yes, sir.
As a realtor, okay. Okay. Now, we have started now.
Okay,
Please go ahead, man.
All right. So, okay, actually, let's go. All right. So, I found out that the young man that just asked the question, one of the reasons I picked interest in him was, I think we met online, right? He chatted me on that fateful day that he's a content creator, right? So you're a content creator. And I said, okay, can you do a content for me? He said, okay, as regards, I said real estate. So I sent him one write-up. The next thing I saw a video that he shot. In that video, if you go to Kashab page today, you're still going to find this video there. In that video, you can never believe that that is his first time of shooting a real estate video. Many people have potentials. They have, God-given gifts, but they don't even know that they do. So what they don't know that they have, there's no way they can make use of it. Someone like him, he believes he has not started. Now, that's why that question is coming. But it has started. There is no perfect situation. There's no perfect anything. You start anyhow. You just start. Do you understand? Just start. We advise that you create a page. If you have not created a page yet, your personal page, your name, starts there. Put up a write-up. My name is so and so, as you all know. I recently, I'm presently attending a training, to become a world-class realtor. You attended the one we had in Kesham here. What did I say? I said the platform I created, my aim is to raise world-class realtors. Right. Now, I had the opportunity here to good mentors, who are now training me to become a world-class realtor. Just few lines. Let that be the first one. Now, another thing I said I'm going to share with people here today is we have to be very practical. We can speak from now to tomorrow. Knowledge is power. Applied knowledge is superpower. Okay? So we are going for the superpower. We have to be applying the knowledge we're passing. So one of the things we're going to do today is everybody will go to the entrance where we have deal clinchers. You're going to stand beside that name. You're going to take a picture and you're going to put it on all your pages. today at Deal Clinchers Realtors Limited for an exclusive training. Yeah? Okay, you can stop there. You can decide to go on. Now, what would that do for you? By the time you prospect and your clients want to start payments, the time you send an account number, they've seen that name somewhere. Okay, somehow. Now, you're also calling attention of people to you that you're actually learning. You are not just, dabbling into things. Okay, so before you know it, that's it. You started. That's it. Okay, before you know it, even within your network, we'll start calling you, asking you questions. That they will now form, the first set of people you're going to attend to. Okay, before you start getting money to do paid advertisement and all that. Nothing is perfect. You start where you are, and then you'll be perfecting it. Thank you.
As an addition to what my friend has said, thank you, sir. As an addition to what she has said, you have started already on the journey, and you had an option not to be here today, but you made up your mind to be here, right? And practically speaking, all the things that you have heard, you need to begin to run with them, right? In this journey, one of the things that you have to do is to self-organization. But in the course of the training, we've made us know that you have to do your due diligence well and know the company you want to sell for. That's how you do it gradually. Now, before then, it's expected of you that apart from trainings like this, right, then you need to read very well. You need to study. That's the truth. Because what you don't know may be killing you. There are tips on what to know. All the things that I was hearing that all of you were laughing about, they are contained in books about how to present yourself. Do you know that in the UK, when I go for road shows, in fact, I have a cap with me already. That cap, somebody saw it on my head in the UK and said, "Sir, my husband dressed, but did not use this type of cap. He has exactly this type of your native wear, but he doesn't have the cap. Please, can you help me make one for him?" And so I made it here in Nigeria. My next trip, I have to go with the cap to give to the man. That's an opportunity to sell something.
Relationship.
You are building relationship, you are watering it, and it will grow up to be something. That is as small as the way you dress. If you don't break their eyes, they will be the ones to break their eyes if they like how you are looking. They can say, "I like the way you are dressed. I like your shoe. I like your wristwatch. I like your haircut." And that's how to start. So you must learn these things. I read a book called How to Talk to Anyone, Anywhere, Anytime by Larry King. That book, I knew the power, I caught the power of confidence in it. That in part of what you are learning, you must learn to be confident. Don't be afraid when you are talking to people. I said it in our last training. I said the difference between the whites and the ones that are brown, not black. There's no black person. The difference is where all of us settled down when there was confusion at Tower of Babel. Some people came to hot region and they became brown. Some people went to where there was snow, they became white. So when you are talking to a white man, you don't have to feel intimidated because we are all brothers and sisters. So these are some of the things you learn in the course of study and in the course of trainings like this, that if you are locked up in a room with the President of the United States, you should be able to look at his eyeball. Well, how do you start? First, start looking at their head, not their eye, because they may confuse you. You are talking to somebody in a congregation, and one bad guy is in the congregation and said, but once you have mastered the heart already, no matter what anybody does, I rebuke you, Satan. Continue what you are saying. If there's nothing to, if you don't understand how much is so new, you just be shouting, "Goliath, kill David, Goliath, kill David, Goliath, kill David." So you get to learn from books, learn from trainings, and connect to like-minded mentors as you have done. So that was why I said you've already started the journey. So just be committed to it. and you see how you grow. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Oh, there's something that someone told me in the island that when I moved to the island newly, that in the island, if you need to do real estate, you cannot tell anybody that you're a Christian. That the island is not for Christians, especially for those who do real estate. I didn't make any response. I just discussed with him generally and left. But that brings me to a question I want to ask you. How do you manage social and lifestyle disparities when you are dealing with people? You know, you mentioned you've already trained us, you know. If you go home and sleep so early, I mean, you are sleeping to your poverty. But, you know, I find out that maybe due to the faith, some of the places you go to are places that you may feel uncomfortable to be by those late hours. So I really want to know practically, how have you handled these situations? You have to go to, you know, places where maybe you don't drink and they are drinking, maybe you don't smoke and they are smoking. And I find out sometimes that those people who do those things without any form of judgment, if you don't do some of these things, you know, you'll be behaving like you're better than them. And they don't also listen to you.
They don't like you.
Yes, they won't like you. How do you deal with those challenges?
Hey, Jesus. What?
Like them.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I can say that it's just by grace. We're not better than anybody. And somebody asked me one day, said, why is it that you don't drink beer? I said, because it doesn't work for my stomach. I don't know if you understand that answer. Because I didn't see anywhere in the Bible where you shouldn't drink beer. So I have no reason to judge anybody. Because you'll be shocked that you get to heaven, there will be surprises. That's the truth. So I tell them it doesn't work for my belly. 1, 2, let them serve you red wine. I mean, sir, you drink red wine. I said, the way I belch when I finish taking it, I've seen that it doesn't work for me. Okay. What about this smoke? One shock me. So which one do you do? Let them serve you. Which one?
Water.
Water can shock me. They can give me water. Say no. Malt. I do malt. Should I tell you? Over time, God has enabled me to earn my respect because of the discipline that God has enabled me to introduce to my appetites. I told you there are areas of discipline. Appetite is one of it. If you start taking what everybody is taking, there's nothing unique or different about you. In some cases, when I know that I don't want them to feel terrible, I can tell them I'm fasting. So you don't hold anything against me. Because the truth is this, we must network with people. And in fact, should I tell you something? Many people from the church, they are not buying anything from you. Take it or drop it. Sorry, sir. Many people from church are buying, they just want to spy you. Some people even want to spite you. It's when you have made your money from outside that they tend to respect you when you come back to the church. Yes. Take it or drop it. Go and hustle outside without destroying the name of God in what you do. Now, let me tell you, I have people, like for instance, the moment the issue of Redan came, I saw that how do I cope among most of my colleagues in industry? Many of them, they are socialites. We lodge in hotels when we have retreats. I just came back from a retreat. The other day I came back from Qatar. we lodge the same hotel. And you must carry your face and look up. Face your business. It's not your business what anybody does. Yes. If you don't castigate anybody, if you don't judge anybody, they don't get your time. That's your way of life. And you know something? One of them asked me in one of the retreats, said, I don't even like what some pastors are doing when they say, for instance, when they know the secrets and they say, unlocking the secret to prosperity, part 1. Why should I go to church to go and hear that secret? Why can't they tell me when they see me? I said, actually, it's your opinion on how you say it. But everything in life has a key. So that key that God has given them, that's what they want to share with you. And that's why they invited you. I said, for instance, you want to prosper? One of the keys to unlock prosperity is found in Joshua 1:8. He said, this book of the law shall not depart out of my mouth, but I shall meditate in it day and night, to observe to do all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make my way prosperous, and I shall have good success. So it means that my prosperity is in my hand. How? There's a key. Read the word and think about it. He said, wow. I said, yes, you just got a key now. Without castigating, without just lights. It's only light that makes you to stand out in life. So don't write off anybody, don't judge anybody, just stay on your lane. Will I shock you? I took alcoholic wine for real one, that I felt the taste in my toe, the corner SME. I took it for the first time in Israel. When they were doing Holy Communion for us. After they took the bread, so they served everybody the Holy Communion when we went for pilgrimage. And so it was my turn. And they said, all the small cups they use is finished. The communion is so the one inside the main cup, like that medal cup, that they just said, and the person inside the communion likes me so much. And she put it in my mouth. Number da, similar nothing. Back in here. Sir, plenty. One more shout straight. I felt the something in my finger toe. Say, yeah. Oh, well. When we got to where they were buying where Jesus turned water to wine, they have a store where they sell the wine, that kind of wine, you know. Apparently, from research, we're able to get what the taste of that wine looks like, and they kept it as an heritage. You see wine of 500 years in that shop, 1,000 years in that shop. Yes, sir. No expiry dates. You see it there. So they said, so you either buy communion, the non-alcoholic or the alcoholic. So they'll give you taste. The other one they gave me, they enter my leg. But the people that were there together, I say, Pastor, they are alcoholic one. They already labeled me that they must not find me there. What do you do there? You just maintain your lane. You will go and stand where they are selling non-alcoholic. But inside your mind, okay. Being real, being practical. And they tell you that everything you buy here is blessed because it's holy land. How do you do it? You must not be found castigating anyone, because the key to making heaven is surrendering your life to Christ, being born again, and getting baptized in the Holy Ghost. John 3:3 and John 3:5, right? However, what's the kind of life you choose to live is between your body and yourself. If you wear yourself out early due to your lifestyle, you will die on time. And your spirit will be crying everywhere because the spirit is still alive, but there's nobody to carry it. Go and read the book called God's General, part 1 to 7. It's voluminous like Bible, like this, they speak. But you can listen to the audio. You will learn how some of God's general that God brought to the world for an assignment, how some of them die before their time. Some of them, it's obesity that killed them. God was working through them, healing through them, signs and wonders. But talk about daily and eat anything, and they began to grow big, and it started affecting them, and some of them died on time. And their spirit began to move around, couldn't enter because it was not their time, but there was nobody to carry the spirit. That was the end. They did not take time to rest, and so they were late to rest on time. It's in God's general, you see there, listed their names, out of that shook the world. Their ministry shook the world. But just some little things they didn't pay attention to. Some died of sickness. I don't know if you know about Apostle Babalola. You know it was headache. Yeah, it was headache. And that man, the world has not recovered from his ministry till date. And he just laid down. Go and, the video is online. You see it. A man used of God. Maybe there was no paracetamol that time, I don't know. Or maybe it was a little rest that was needed. Maybe Joshua, go and check. He just told he was to move for the next program. And it couldn't come out again. That was the end. The body has been too stretched. As much as I'm telling you that you should not sleep for 8 hours, there are lots of times that I work in a relaxed mode. There are sometimes I don't resume here. I may resume in one of our short-let apartments. And I'll work relaxed. No pressure. I'm working, but I'm not under any pressure. I can lie down and be working. I can lie down and be reading. And my mind is at rest. Anything that will put me under pressure, I also read that most of the counselors, people who counsel others, most of them, they discover that they enter depression the most, more than the counselee. And Harvard Business School now went to do research that why is it that counselors are entering depression? And they discovered that when the person they counseled have left, they are thinking on how to deal with that situation so that when the person is coming back, I can find solution. Unfortunately, emotional attack. And before you know it, some of them enter depression and they die. So how do you get to a point where you don't get to that point? So what am I saying in essence is this, that it's very, very important that you know what? That you understand. What do you say? You must understand. Like me, once I am overstressed, one of my eye will be bringing out water. As I know I'm not crying. And what do? I withdraw myself. And you won't see me again. I just calm down and I'll get more results. But going back to your question, sir, you can blend anywhere. See, I have won souls for Christ without opening the Bible. I entered one place one day. One man told me, I saw him drinking beer. He has maybe like the third bottle, 2 empty bottles, the third one. And I said, let them give you one bottle. He said, it's not for people like you. I said, what about people like me? He said, no. I wasn't carrying the Bible. I don't know what he saw. He says, not for people like you. and eat in a restaurant, I always tell the people around me, hey, and Thomas the person that will pay for this food. Not that I want you to pay for our food, though. The sales I will make must be worth enough to pay for that food. That's how to live and not denying the faith. Stylishly, I won't tell you I don't drink. I won't tell you I don't smoke, but I'll tell you it doesn't work for me. And truly, it doesn't work for my body. I stopped drinking palm wine, not because I see people drinking it as a sinner, but because it doesn't work for my body. I'll belch for 3 days if I drink 1 cup. So she said for me, no, now. One of our in property mats, I was at the guest house, and the guy said, see my friend, it's my flatmate here. He doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink. He said now he has lung cancer. He said, I smoke, I drink, I don't have lung cancer. Am I not better than him? Once of money, sir, do you know that you are the one that gave him lung cancer? The smell of your smoke. The person inhaling it is worse than the person putting it in the mouth. He said, you got it, Pastor. I infected him. Yes. I'm telling you. So, if God says we shouldn't do 1 or 2 things, it's actually for ourselves. It doesn't have to him. Once you are giving your life to Jesus and you are baptized in the Holy Ghost and in water by immersion, excuse me, and you run away from sin, you are a candidate for heaven. But all the other ones is for us. So don't do this, don't do that. Carry 10 women as a man. It's not to God's disadvantage, neither to his advantage. Because one alone, you know what you face. You now have like 10. I don't know how Solomon survived. 700 women plus 700 wives and 300 concubines, making 1 cake with it. 300 pounds. No, 700 wives. 700 wives, it's 700. 300 concubines. And when you are number 1, when he sees you on January 1st, 2024, 2027 is when it's your turn again. I hope I've answered your questions. So I mean, different clubs. But they know me now. They say, Pastor today. Sir, let me. Sorry, man. I went to Ilashe Beach House. How many of you have gotten them from? You need to go out. Ilashe Beach Resort. You need to go. Ilashe Beach Resort. He's in Lagos, Nigeria, but he's in another world entirely. He's in Lagos. You will enter Ilashe speedboats from Water Carrington. You park inside. Once you enter Water Carrington, where the US Embassy is, there's 1 gate by the right. If you enter that gate, that's where people park their cars. Then you take a speedboat from there. If you enter, but if you don't know the address of where you are going, you can't enter. In most cases, whoever invites you from there will be the one to send you a boat. People who are living there are people who are boat owners. But there are short-let apartments there. Per night is 1.5 million. Yes, short-let apartments. You want to see Dangote's new property? That's where it is. Tony Lumelu, Folon Shalakija, Baba Jebu, all of them. All their houses are on the same stretch. Is directly facing the beach. Their houses is another world entirely. One day I was there. The first time I was there, Femi Otedola was passing with his yacht. I said, that's Femi going. They know themselves. On Friday, go there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they will be misbehaving. I went there. When I was going to get to the house I was going, they've cleared all the ladies. They said, Pastor is coming. Yes, I didn't tell them to. I don't have to. In fact, when I got there, and everywhere was kind of quiet, I said, what's going on here? They said, pastor is coming. So my friend now whispered to me and said, that was why I told you to stay outside with your family before you enter. I said, what did you go and do? I told them pastor is coming. Immediately they packed everybody away. And I said, no, I shouldn't have done that. It's not good. But they need to honor God in you. That's why I said, no, it's not necessary. You have deprived my eyes of even seeing something said. He busted into laughter. Honestly. I told him, I said, see, I am not that bad. I'm not an extremist. You're doing your own thing. I came with my wife and my children. Is that where I'll go and misbehave? You only give me free movie theater. I watch and go. Do you know one day I was driving? My wife said, one way. I said, what can you say? He said, she's bra is half. That something wants to fall down. I said, I didn't see it. I come back. Say, where are you going? I said, I want to go and see what you want me to see. My wife said, And by the time I got to the place, I put on the light. He said, you talk. Let's go. I said, how many years do we have? Kill yourself. You get to a place, you clear everybody because who is coming? So they were now peeping from the window that, where's the pastor? And they're not looking at me like, what boy, Malona? It was shit now. No. Do you know that when I have an opportunity to meet some of them will say, actually, I don't like the kind of life I'm living, but I have to survive. But when you have packed all of them, how do I want to minister to them? That's the truth. Jesus didn't come because of the saints. He came for sinners. So when I want to go and do outreach somewhere, and before I got there, they will pack everybody away. Who will I minister to? Nobody. That's the angle you see it from. A lot of prostitutes beside the road have given their life to Christ. I came out of a salon one day on Adetokunbo, and one lady was standing by my car. And I said, can I help you, sis? He said, I was waiting for you. I said, how can I be of help to you? He said, maybe you need me overnight. I said, actually, I will need you because my wife is not even in the country. Enter the car. She was very happy. And so we sat down together. And I said, we sat down and she started loosening up. She was smiling, she was laughing. And I told her, I said, do you know me before? She said, no. How will you know if I'm a ritualist or I'm not? Said, then which we always pray before we go out. And one thing led to the other. And I talked to her. I said, so why are you doing this? She said, our grandma is sick and that's the person taking care of her. If you see money, will you still do it? He said, no. But most men will not do anything for free without getting something. I said, so what if you see somebody that wants to give you money to take care of while you are here? He said, she'll be happy. I said, so how much do you need? She told me. I said, I can't give you all. This is what I have. Yeah, take. Will you still want to come down here or you still want to continue? She said, this is enough to take care of her. And she busted into tears. And I said, you can go down now. You don't have to write them off. You don't have to. There's a way. At the end of the day, when they are going self, they will say, no. I met a lady, sir, at GT Bank, Okwebi, around that Harlem area, not Harlem, Okwebi, GT Bank. There's a big tricks on the right, and GT is in front of it. And so I used the ATM that night many years ago. And she also came to the car. I told her, enter now, let's gist small. Do you know that this lady, she's a spiritualist. Only, yes. Like, there's nothing I want to tell her that she has not had before. She's a church person. But condition pushed her. And she told me, she has twins. Those twins are still sucking breast. She left them at home to come and do that work. Yes, she opened up. Are those the people you want to write off or you want to say, I'm better than you? That's why I said there'll be surprises in heaven. That's the truth. Your salvation is personal between you and God. You only have a privilege when you have an opportunity to talk to somebody about Christ. Consciously. Don't make it something that you are going somewhere and you are saying you are better than them. You are not. It takes a thin line. One brother wanted to go and talk to Sister Jamila in the hotel. Got there, spoke to Sister Jamila. Sister Jamila said, in fact, I want to give my life to Christ before, but before I do it, you have to do something. He did maybe like 1 or 2 rounds, Sister Jamila. So who gave life to who? Should I shock you? Sister Jamila, after he brought down the brother, gave her life to Christ. And she became a church worker. And the brother backslided from that one encounter. Who is deciding this thing? Who is judging it? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Somebody that you're saying, I can't be good with these people. They are sinners. What is sinner? Are you the one to determine who the sinner is? No. God does whatever pleases him. Give your life to Christ. Be baptized in the Holy Ghost with the evidence of speaking in tongues. That qualifies you to make heaven. Live a life of purity. However, don't write anybody off. You must go to their midst and meet them. Shall I shock you? They are the one holding the money, actually. That's the truth. That was why God said, I will give you the riches of the Gentiles. Because it's in their hand. They are looking for who to keep it with. When you have written them off, no problem. It's revolving around them. You will enjoy it. When they see a guy they can trust, say, this one. One guy from the club brought a woman and said, Mommy, if it's JV on the mainland, this is the person I trust. He's pastor. Give him. Don't ask him anything. I took the mama to Amole. Mama said, Uzoro, was surrender. That was how she was doing. You go, no, say the mama said, nah, or don't get good. But it's a business. Everybody's fine. Along the line, some of them will now say, your life has touched me, or your life has inspired me. Tell me more about your God. Thank you, sir.
So any appointment for 3
The office man.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice.
The process of people knowing that the reactor
yes, sir.
will tell you how to find out yourself. A lot of cases where people go to Alausa for research, everything looks fine. Go through. Think you realize that they actually find a way to infiltrate Alausa. Find a case where people go to the community, they meet somebody on the throne who goes as the other, they didn't know. They felt, that is a good person of it. So, can you shed more light on the due diligence process? What has worked for you over the years? You're trying to search for documents to ensure that this is good. And secondly, this one is outside what you've said. I operate also in the rental space. It's a good platform to meet people, to meet landlords. But the feedback has always been the market is ripe enough for a technological disruption. An Uber type of app or whatsoever that connects the landlords directly with the tenants. People have been saying, I think the market is ripe for that. When do you feel we can actually say we are ripe? Or let me frame it this way. Do you in the red down world itself, are you looking at this opportunity? An Uber type of app that connects people directly, that eliminates the fraud also in the system. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, on your last question, it's actually a very powerful one. some years ago, I did some analysis and I saw that if care is not taken with the way things are going, right, the intermediary professionals might actually be phased out. And the reason is not far-fetched why I had that belief. There was a program we went for at I think 4 points, and a guy came and he was displaying a particular platform where nobody needs agent, nobody needs realtor. All you need to do is you're a company, put your property there, you get your direct buyers. And it actually got me thinking, like, his own platform has not actually seen the light of the day. There are some platforms that might actually see the platform of the day. But there's something unique about real estate. In as much as, technology, I mentioned technology the other time when I was speaking, can help the real estate space. Because of that difference that real estate has that other form of products does not have, there may be a little bit of difficulty in just meet your seller directly. There might be a little bit of difficulty because even if you meet them, what's the guarantee that anybody cannot just post as a seller on that platform? So the role of the intermediaries may not actually be easy to eradicate. May not be easy to eradicate because these intermediaries, their work is totally different from the work of developers. And I can tell you, the reason why Uber worked in transportation in Nigeria, right, is because of the problem of transportation that was, it was almost at, a negative level. I asked the question one day, I asked all these commuters, I said, do you people felt the impact of Uber on your operation? Guess what the response was? We said no. Do you know why no? There's still a lot of buses, right? So because there's a market for it. It's not everybody that can still do Uber. Do you understand? So what I would just advise is this: let everybody, buckle up. Let's know exactly what we're doing. Was it the day we had training at Amazing Grace Courts, yes, where I was saying that I'm seeing a possible clash of something. I don't know exactly where that clash is going to come from, but I'm not just comfortable with some things I'm saying in the industry, and I know that based on the background that I have, when things get to a certain level, you just see everything, crumble. Okay, and that was why I said, okay, since this is my major fair, maybe let me just have a platform where I know that, okay, well, no matter what happens, because these are going to be the core professionals, they won't be affected because, they would have had what just the entire people do not have, so they will stand out. So my advice is, technology can, disrupt a lot of things. It can, right? But it can even affect not just the intermediaries, it can affect anybody. Any technology can come at any point in time that can. But what is important, right, is putting yourself in a position where no matter what happens, you'll be able to thrive and you'll be able to, suit into the industry. I don't know if I'm. Makes sense.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I strongly believe that the moment real estate is regularized in Nigeria, the intermediaries.
Sorry?
I said I strongly believe that the moment real estate is properly regularized in Nigeria,
okay,
the intermediaries will. So the problem why technology has not really taken so much shape is because of the lack of regularization, the lack of proper structure in Africa and Nigeria. So, there's Nigerian Property Center. As developers, we go there to post our properties. As landlords, there's also a page for landlords to go there and do what? Post their properties. Yeah, so time is going. we're getting to that stage. So there's Nigeria Property Center, there's NPC, and they're making so much money now. We phased out a lot of realtors. The old realtors are going out. But last week, one of the biggest tech company in the world, Navida, that's their number one, the most valuable company in the world, they're beating Apple. He said something, and I'm going to say it. He said, technology is going to only make your work better if you know what you are doing. So you must be well positioned. You must, regardless of the fact that there are still house owners that are proud that they will not want their contact out there. Imagine someone like Adeniyi. He's not going to be there. He has his property manager that is going to manage it for him, right? So people like that, you never see them there. But people like us, I want to collect all my rent and collect the agency and legal fee also. Because Nigeria is becoming more difficult. So it's another means of doing what? Making money. How do I need to do that? I'll just post my ads on NPC for 10,000 and I'll get the buyer. I hope you understand. So I think you want to invest in the app, right? So you can actually do that. You can actually go into it, pitch it to everybody. Uber, yes, Uber is making so much money in Africa. The only reason why is because of our transportation system. We are so poor in Africa that we cannot afford it. That's why the buses are still functioning. The moment we have wealth, those buses will not function because everybody likes comfort. Coming here today by bus is not nice. But if you have extra change to go for the Uber, like Bishop rightly said that he gave an instance where someone was going for a meeting at BI. You stop at Obalende, right? And from Obalende, you take Uber. We all like comfort. It's just that there's no money for it. So technology is going to get there. Everything we're seeing in movies that they are robots to happen is going to happen very soon. The app companies will start partnering with Redan. At the long run, they will know. That's why I really enjoyed Bishop's sermon when he spoke about partnership and collaboration. I'm heavy on it. You will start seeing tech companies. Because everything they're doing in America, we have people down here. Before we don't need to wear short skirt, we are doing it. Before we don't need to wear makeup, we are doing it. Before we don't need to dress good, we are doing it. But now we're trying to export our culture through pop, through music. Thank God for that. But technology will come. But it's only, I was having a section of Bishop on Monday, 5 hours from like 4 p.m. to like 9:30. And he kept saying so many things. The most important thing he said to me that helped is you have to be prepared at all times. We have to go be prepared. So let's be prepared for it. It will come. But there are some few that will not be removed. Companies who now are doing direct ads, right? Why are they doing that? They also want to make the sales directly to them too, to make extra income. But if you're a professional, and like Bishop rightly said, where are you going to? You'll be able to make those few, maybe 10% that will not like their name to be out there. That will not want people to know that I'm the owner of this property. So you have to now go from the stage of being a realtor to like a property manager. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, sure. I need to speak to that because you talked about the fact that real estate is not regulated in Nigeria. That's why we have industry where so real estate is regulated in the United States. Yes. And they have so now for that they have rentals. Yes. In the United States, it's actually a more defined legal profession. Yes. In the US.
Yes, they have realtors, but not like the way we have realtors. Yeah.
Not an all-commerce.
Yes.
Not open market operation, a free entry purchase. They get trained.
To rent a property in
There are
the
some that,
UK,
yeah.
you not go to you go to a proper agency. Everything is well placed. They have proper documentation. We don't do that here. And it's also a means of making extra money. You are paying the landlord your money, not any agent. So there's a proper body for it. But when you want to properly buy a house, yes, there are agencies to do that. Because you must always have conversations. You must have people to source for you. And even those, there are listings in the newspaper, there are listings for it. So it's easy, it's well done. I mean, so we're getting to that.
It's much more standardized.
Very, very well. I'm getting there. So the realtor, I mean, and real estate I just started booming in Africa. That's why there's a crazy inflow. There was oil and gas. The oil and gas is fading off. Like Bishop rightly said on Monday to me, that oil is the new money. I'm sorry, real estate is the new oil and gas. So we must enjoy it now. There's going to be time. It's going to be something else. Maybe we'll come back to agriculture again. So we now have a whole lot of farmers, of vendors, or whatever. Again, because that's where the money is.
All right.
I suppose we're here because we want to take the money.
We're not getting in late.
Well,
you came at the right time.
That's what this has like this. That we can always be informed, learning from our best, like Bishop, like Ma. And when you pick it up, you go back home. I'm glad that it shows that you're in the business and you're speaking to people. That's the part of the question. I was able to know that, okay, this man is speaking to people who are interested in real estate. So continue. Go and check NPC. There's a page for owners. You check down. So if you are a property owner, you post it on the property owner.
None of them actually.
All of them, they all have. So we're getting to that stage.
But how many owners can actually, deal directly with people?
Yeah, because most owners don't understand technology.
Even if they do, they're too busy for.
No matter, the truth is, that's what, like I said, there's some people that they will never be there. But those people are few. They are few, they are not much. All of us are using WhatsApp today. We're using the app. The best companies in the world are technology companies. Why? It's just a way to make our life easy. That's the truth. So a lot of things we are getting, but technology is to make us better. So if you are a realtor and you have to be smart, you have to close more. Why would I give you to rent my property? They are not delivering. Why don't I just go and do it myself? I'm waiting for the customer to come. Now, developers, landlords are putting their banner outside their compound.
Correct.
They're not waiting for realtors, for lawyers again. They put the banner themselves. So if they are doing it physically, what happens when technology becomes a norm and it's compulsory? It's just to make life easy. And also to make extra money too. That's 200,000 for paying agency fee. Imagine it comes, that is 2 million and come out 2.2. But the only thing is that you must get the lawyer must stamp it. So there are some expressions that will obviously be seen. Very soon, so I believe it will soon be online lawyer.
Yes, so there is already. There is already.
There's online doctor, online lawyer. So things become, that's the way the world is.
It's actually happening.
I always wonder how they think of these things, but you have to say, man, think
as a man thinks it.
It's in the long run. All these robots that we're seeing, they're already working.
I'll give you one or two examples. Thank you, sir. Amongst us in Nigeria, I don't know if you know Biggie Cola. Biggie Cola, the factory of Biggie Cola is one of the in Ijebu, Ososa. It's one of the biggest in Africa. It's a robotic factory. Wow. Yes. And they moved from having 2 variants of drink to having close to about 10 or more. The moment they introduce robots, they have 2 robots that start the process from the beginning to packaging level. And 2 things happened as I was told. I had someone who was very close to the MD. The MD is the son of Baba himself, who visited the factory. They took him on a tour, and he told me, he said, they eliminated thefts the moment they introduced robots. People who always carry carton of those drink home when they are going home. Robot unjali. So they've eliminated that part. Then 2, they eliminated wastage, time that people always waste. They lobby around, they just be walking up and down, and they will still collect salary at the end of the month. But robots, once they've set the time, the programming, yes, it's a human being. So if you see the 4 P's of marketing, you see price, place, promotion, and people. When it grew to be 7, people still remain. When it grew to be 11, people still remain. Now it's 44, people are still there. So meaning that no matter how robotic it goes, now human being will still operate. And that's the reason why you need to consistently be relevant and grow capacity. Because if you don't change, they will soon change you. Read more. Advance yourself more. Go for courses more. I'm always trying to be in class most times. I'm learning what's the trend? So what that means is this, that people who are the ones operating those robots are the ones who have made themselves different from others to go and learn how to operate robots. If not, they will have swept them away the way they sacked other people. One of my trips to London, the room I slept, they've sent me the code from Nigeria. When I got there, I don't need to go and meet anybody. In fact, they told me in the email, we'll be corresponding via email. They told me in the email that they're going to send a cab to pick me from the airport, people. So, and that's Uber. From the money I've paid, they removed the money for the Uber. They don't need to get a car or a standby driver. See how they eliminate some people. Now, when I got there, I already have my code. So they've scanned my passports. I've scanned it, I've sent it to them. But an app they said I should send it through. And the moment I got there, I had to go and check my email again. Just punched the code to the main entrance door, and the door opened. Closed it back. Wanted to enter the elevator. They told me there are different boxes for different flats. Just punch another code into the box to have it open. Took my key. Check the 3rd code to the elevator to open the elevator. When I got to my room, opened the door. I'm not expecting guests. If you want to come as a guest, we have to generate the same process to have you come inside. Nobody anywhere. They already have a day that they have people to come and clean each of the apartments. So make it available for them. So do you know how many people that have lost their job due to all those processes I just summarized now? They don't need a gateman at the gate. They don't need a maid or a cleaner to be cleaning every day. They've outsourced it to another company. If I need food, go to the phone. By force, yourself go download Uber Eats for your phone. I have to look for food around my neighborhood and click to deliver. They charge a certain fee. So what else do I need? That means that in this world that we are in, things have changed though. You better change, because there's a guy working on an app. He's done with the app now. He wants us to sit down together for him to demonstrate for us to see how we can do all our transactions using an app. When I got back from one trip in the US, I came back and I said, I want to develop an app using some guys. And the only thing that restricted me was data, because we don't have data. In most places, like in the United States, there's an app that when you have on your phone, if I want to search for a house on Ogudu Road, I just go to Ogudu Road on the app. and I begin to pick on houses. Once I click on it, it will give me what the house looks like interior wise. From the exterior, you can walk through and navigate using your hand and move it. Virtual tour. Thank you, sir. Virtual reality. So imagine if all of us, we now begin to send all the pictures of our houses to the local authority here. That means they can upload it on that app, and every house is on the app. And so if I'm looking for a house, you know the one that is empty and the ones that is not empty. You will do the virtual tour yourself. And when I got back to Nigeria that year, I said, they said the only Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, I was referred to NBS from Covenant University. And from Covenant University, the professor, my doctor was telling me, he said, doctor, it's not possible for now. Because even each local government does not even know the land available in their local government. That means you have to engage people that are going to be taking pictures of different, or you, like Google did it at the time. They had people who were taking pictures and were uploading, and sir? Google, yes, sir. Correct, sir. So they said it's going to cost you a lot because you are the one that wants to find the parts. But that if you can do it, you will make stupid money because people will get value. So that's the next phase. If any one of us can broker it, and your children still be eating from it. So once that guy is done with the app, and he's done with this already, he's waiting for me in Cambridge. I'll sit down with him and his wife. They met me in Qatar the last time. The way the app is built is not just looking at what's up and where you can invest, but you can also trade real estate, the way they trade stocks. You can trade real estate using the app. So people can invest money. They don't want to buy, they will do shared apartments, shared buying, shared purchase. You want to buy a house of 200 million, you don't have house. You don't have the 200 million. People come as a group. You don't need to know the next person. If there are 100 people that wants to contribute the 200 million, once you contribute your own, maybe it's 55K, another person contribute 5K, you'll be seeing how many people remaining to eat 200 million. And so when they resell the property, everybody will collect their cut based on their equity contribution. That's the next phase.
There's a local company that has done it. They are called Shelter Stock. Maybe you look at it.
Shelter
Stock.
Okay, sir.
It has some stock.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shelter Stock.
Yes, sir.
Since you're already working on it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shelter Stock.
Okay, sir. And what things they move on? You know, this from the reason why we are here is to learn from each other. And one day you say, and I used to sit down with that person. Let it be that which we are saying it from this side. That you can't remember the face. Go and check the video. Our commissioner for housing or the minister for housing. I was one of our students. So now my protege. I'm gonna take my number. Don't forget me that time. Oh, it's so far for you. What's the second question, sir? Yes, sir. So what I would just say is two things. For the paperwork, one, you check at the ministry whether you are using, if it's in Lagos, Ministry of Lands, and so on and so forth. Then if it's in Ogun State, of course, Bureau of Lands, you go and do your search. But when you are done, we need to meet with the family. And in the course of meeting with the family, there's a place of informing all of them. I want to see every principal member of the family. So when I say principal member of family, I want to learn Lati Soro. Because in most cases, we go and talk to people who does not have mouths that will sell. And somebody will come after some years and say, I was not a part of the meeting when you bought. You now come and buy afresh from me now. So principal members of a family must be sought. Ask. Lawyer, you want to shed more light on that? Yes, please go ahead.
All right, so just to pick it up from where Doctor has said, so you need to conduct due diligence from the ministries, various lands bureau. Let's say in Lagos here, we have land bureaus there at Alausa. Let's say in Ogun State, lands bureau, so they are called lands bureaus. So, but we have some people that use land registers instead. So when you conduct your search in those places, okay, we have various type of title. I think I should start with that. We have the certificate of occupancy. We have governor's consent, we have a session, we have gazette, we have what we call the court order, also known as court judgment. Then there is another one that is called customary ownership, which is where I will weigh in on most particularly. Because for others, there will be a document issued for a certificate of occupancy or governor's consent and the likes. So it's very, you can go to lands and verify those ones. But when it comes to customary ownership, those happen for lands that we call virgin lands, such that the families are first settlers on those lands. Like they, let's say, inherited it from their progenitor, their great-grandfather, and the likes like that. So if you are buying that particular kind of land, you need to meet, just as the doctor has said, with the principal members of those families. And who are principal members? We have the family, they call them Olori Ebi in Yoruba, this thing. The head of the family, there should be someone else probably deputizing for him. Those are the people you are to talk to, not an agent. Because in the long run, any land that is not sold, any customary land that is not sold by principal members of the family is void in law. So if you buy from someone else and you've not bought from them, you have to rebuy from them. Because whatever it is that you've bought before is void. So it's important when you are buying from those particular lands whereby there are no documentations yet, that you meet with those principal members of the family to ask, okay, Sheyin Lolori Ebi, are you the head of this family? Okay, is this your land? Did you inherit it from your great-grandfather? You know, just those informations you need before you invest in it. Well, when you are working with lands that have their documents, like a certificate of occupancy, you just take a photocopy of that, take it to the land, they verify it for you. There's something we call search reports. So they give you a search report if the land is encumbered, if it has been mortgaged, if it has not been mortgaged, all those information comes out at the land. So they will tell you, and you can always ask after they give you the search report, can I go ahead and buy? They tell you yes. Or if they tell you no, let this person pay land charge first. So, because there are some lands that you are meant to pay land charge like at the end of the year. So there are some people that don't pay it. So sometimes they tell you at lands, let them pay first before you buy, or don't pay, or something like that. So there are lands that come with documentation and there are those that don't come with it. So whichever way it is that you are going, it is important that you know the titles to each land first, which I've mentioned. So if you know the titles to each land and you are the one that is prospecting, you can ask, okay, what are the titles on this? Can I have it? There are some lands that have just registered survey. And it needs that you have to go to the Surveyor General's office to check that. So when you're now working with lands that don't come with any documentation, then you have to go for street search by asking people in that communities as well that, oh, please, who are the owners of that particular land? Even if you have to give them something so that they can tell you something. Oh, we know them. Oh, there is a fight on that land. Oh, maybe last week some people came here and they broke themselves head, something like that. You will get the information that is required. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can I please ask what you just said? So in addition to what she just said now, after doing all your due diligence, there's another way you can ensure that you get the rightful owner of that land. You know, probably you want to prorate your payment on that land, and probably the land, maybe you're buying 5 acres, for example, and the land costs maybe 30 million. You can decide to okay, prorate the amount you want to pay, give them 5 million first, then tell them how to get possession to that land. When you get possession to that land, erect a signage. When you erect a signage, the rightful owner of that land will come out. Do you understand? Instead of burning the bridge or paying them 30 million outrightly, and you want to start work, some people start coming out, no, you didn't buy the land trust and all that. Once you pay 5 million, tell them you want your signage or probably do a small perimeter fencing on that land. The owners of that land will come out, know who did you pay to,
you now start picking them one by one to have meeting with them and all that. So you get to the rightful owner of the land, as in the principal members of the land, you now pay them off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So you said it all. You actually nailed after your professional explanation. There was something that I picked while I was praying. I said that it was talking about pay part and take possession. The key word there is take possession. Don't pay 100% before taking possession, because it's when you take possession that real owners will come out. And I pity many companies that go and buy property and they leave the place. They don't even go close to the place, and they've remitted all the money. They didn't do anything. If it takes you 5 or 10 years before you go there, they are waiting for you. When you go there, it's when you show face, gongo, that you have started the journey. So don't commit too much into their hands. Do little. And when you have done it, like this, I keep saying that the percentage that we are paying is actually because of the person. I'm looking for somebody who can pull his trouser if there's anything. We'll have gone through somebody else, the other one. But I said, that one won't get mine. I'm looking for somebody that has liver. That if it's time to hold somebody, you know somebody to hold. So now, buying land has now turned to something that when you want to buy, go and look for somebody that knows the person that you are dealing with. Go and meet the ballet. We love to, when I was very active in meeting on moneyless, I don't really do a moneyless transaction by the grace of God, so that it will only last. Their wallet is too much. When it's Christmas time, they are all Christian. When it's Leia, they are all Muslim. When it's Easter, Jesus just goes in their family. When it's every celebration, they are everywhere. And so now they don't see my face again. We have a team in charge. So, but you must go and see them, those who are in charge, as principal members of the family. And when we pay to a certain extent, we want to take possession. And it must be captured in our agreement with them. And also, if what you paid as your initial is like 30% of the total money of the property, we have one thing we do now. We give you deed of assignment that covers the 30%. To sign. Oh, sign, you no collect no next payment. Give us deed of assignment that has covered what we have paid. Two things. One, it helps us in our marketing drive. We have deed of assignment. We can go and register deed of assignment at the Lands Bureau. And once it's registered, there's a file number to give prospects to go and search. If it doesn't have anything registered, there's nothing to show. And if you are waiting till the end of the period of the payments for the whole 100% of the property, what if the principal members are dead? Who signs the deed of assignment? You don't think of. The land that we bought when I was in my former company in Ibejuleki, when issue arose and they said, oh yeah, let them go and look for the members of the family that we bought from. Out of about 8 or 7 people that signed, only 1 is remaining. All the other 6 are dead. Talefefa. The one that is remaining, as Japa, who do you want to meet? So it is good. Take this home. Once you buy, if what you have paid is 30% of the 100%, 40% of the 50% of the your initial deposit, do a deed of assignment to back it up. Let them sign that for you first. Hold it. That means that when you are done paying 100%, there will be a second deed of assignment that covers the whole expense. When they sign that, you can now give them the first one. Or it's not even necessary. Because if out of 10 acres, for instance, you have collected 3 acres deed of assignment and you registered it, what's remaining? Maybe it's 7. And they do the second deed at 7 7 acres, and they sign. If they are still alive, a lot of you are alive by the grace of God, everybody rejoices. But secure the investments of your organization. Take title that you can hold onto in case anything happens. You have some. The JV we are doing, The JV we are doing. Once we are, these are some of the things I tell, top secret that I share with my paid, mentors, proteges rather. We are doing JV. All the people we are doing JV, most of them are elderly people. From the time we signed the JV with them, if our own number of units out of 10, if it's 5, we will sign the deed of assignment for the 5 before we move to site. Because we cannot finish building and you come and die, and there's nobody to transfer title to us. And your children say they don't know you. It's our mommy's land. It's our daddy's land. It's true. They said the truth. But Alaiti invests now. Where's the proof to show that truly is a JV? The documents are out. But what about the transfer of ownership? And do you know by experience that when you are now done with the JV and you now bring out document, please come and sign the deed of assignment. They now say they will collect money for signing. Because the house is now beautiful, it's now looking gorgeous. And now you are now their mercy. You must pay. And you do town JVs, is in town, can say, give us 20 million. Our clients. You will not be the one begging. But from the beginning, how many units do we have there? 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10. If our equity contribution is higher, you will sign before we move to site. We hold deed of assignment that we know that you've allocated to us and give us a power button. I'm giving you an idea.
I'm still going to talk. I don't mind talking again, but I'll say something. Finish, sir.
So, and when we are done, I've collected power of attorney. If anything happens, praise God, we are secure. The business is secured. The future is secured. Our clients who invested, they are secure.
They're secure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have. Are we running off now? Okay. All right. So I just want to say a little. I don't know. I want to know how he got here. I'm sorry. Yes. Oh, okay. So in the days of Trumpville. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought this phone is actually on silent. Okay. All right. No problem. I asked because I am I'm shocked by certain things he's telling the audience, right? Because ideally, they're powerful, and I'm not sure it can be processed well. Yeah. They're so powerful that I won't share it. I won't. So thank him. I won't. Not because I'm a bad person, but because, I will even advise that this should not go online. That part of everything he has said, that part, because it's something that you can't put a price to it. Yeah, because it's something that there's some pitfalls in what he has said now that, are cost me. I don't want to mention how much. Okay. And I was saying it last week that for straight 5 years, I stopped training. I stopped having classes. Yeah. That is because I later realized that people take advantage of you being good. You're being extremely good. And they think maybe you're not smart. They don't know that you're the one that is smarter than them. Yeah. Yeah. So Butter well and good. Congratulations, you have them. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Me too. I learned. Okay, you want to say something? Okay. Okay, you want to? Okay. Oh, hello. This session is supposed to stop by 2. Check the time now. Oh yeah, Moni, ask your question. Mr. Chiamaka to ask a question. Okay. Okay. Yeah, villagers.
No, immediately, it's better we secure the signature, right? But what if you are not on the survey? Do you need to wait and get the survey before you?
Either with survey. You can do your survey. It might not be the registered survey, but they can draw up your survey for you. Yes. That's it.
That's sign.
Yes, they can sign. They have to sign.
Survey can always
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for all you've done. My question is this. Like when you were teaching, you made mention of after closing for the day, you have to give yourself extra time, like staying by, you understand, to work, as in to work extra.
Yes.
Now, as a married woman, no, and you have a partner who doesn't understand, maybe for business aspects, he wants you to be at home around 6 p.m., latest 7 p.m. In that aspect, even if you tell him, can we go together? Can we meet a person together? He doesn't want to understand. In that aspect, do you advise the woman disobeys her husband, or she leaves the marriage, or how do you expect to handle such?
Yeah,
powerful question.
So this same question came when I had the privilege of speaking at a TMO's program, that's Stop Marco Dige. That one of the women said, "Sir, I love to do this, but my husband is wonderful, and I want to make money. How do I do it?" I'll just take it to my friend. Now, how did you do it, man? You're a married woman.
Yeah.
So how do you do it, man?
Okay. It's
Yes,
this
man.
is
Yeah,
working.
it's okay. It's okay.
It's actually it's a lot. If we start talking about it, another many other things will be coming out from it. But one thing I know is over time, you are going to get the support of your spouse over time, because there's a way, the male gender, there's a way they are wired, and even the word of God supports that. Their they want you to always do it the way they want you to do it. But there's wisdom. They say wisdom is profitable. There's so many things that you have to just apply wisdom. I'm someone that if you tell me 1,000 things, if I don't want to do anything inside that 1,000, I'll be smiling with you.
I know.
Everything, I'm not going to do it. I will be smiling. I'm focused. Where I'm going is where I'm going. You will see your own. It's okay. I am even telling you that you have a point. You have a point. Because if you fight him, it's another problem.
Correct.
The problem will continue to go. It's continuing to go. Okay, so but always know that you are on the right path. That be sure that, because it will come back and tell you that after I said it.
Yes.
I said it. I have a colleague who walked up to me and said, "Oh, I have money for 2 plots, and I'm buying my name because this money, my husband never supported me when I was hustling, and I'm going to buy in my name. I had to be the one begging her that, you know what, you're going to buy one in your own name, the one in both of you's name, because you still need that support." Guess what? The man appreciated him, and from that day started supporting her. So wisdom. Yeah, if you have what it takes, to do it on your own, do it on your own. Pray to God, and when you have results, I'm not saying no small results, I mean good results.
Correct.
good result that, I used to say something, there are certain success that you cannot hide.
Correct.
Yeah, those are the kind of success I'm talking about. Your husband, because it's very important. Your husband or your wife, will not have a choice than to support you when your success is the kind of success that you can't, it can also not hide it for you.
Correct.
Success is not much. It's not yet, to a certain level that you can still say, okay, people don't know that I'm successful. It will get to a time that there's no way people will know that you are successful. So aim for that and see if you will not have his maximum support. There was a woman who shared her testimony on this topic. Said when she started, the husband is always saying her real estate, all his own knowledge that he has about real estate is, land sellers, all these traditional owners who show machetes and everything. So that's what the husband used to define the real estate as. So when she started, the man is always talking about that. So when she made her first, second, third sale, the demand was like, are you sure that it's inside this real estate that you're making this money? She said yes. She continued. She became, one of the top sellers for a particular brand. And all of a sudden, when a client calls her, the husband will be the one telling the children that don't disturb your mom. Your mom got to work. He will sit there by himself and say, no, let's go. That's the kind of success I'm talking about.
Yes.
Because she bought a car home, she won an apartment, she did it up to a level that the husband became,
Gentle. Yes, now we carry her for inspection.
Yes.
Let me add to what she said. In all honesty, I made a quote and it was posted on my page that when you work so hard and you have nothing to show, nobody believes you. But only results terminate insults. In all honesty, just as she said, get to a point where your result is easy to convert your husband to your side. You are not trying to make a point, but let the results show. And before you know it, you will see that it's easier for him to be giving you ideas. In my own family, when God said real estate is my path in 2008, nobody was doing what I was doing. And it was looking like, because I've been seen as somebody who loves to be a banker. And when I was in school, I wanted to be a banker. But when God said, this is what I've ordained you to do, when I took it to God in prayers, and I had list of places that I wanted to work on or work in, and God said, no, it's real estate He chose for me. And so when I entered, none of my family members were a prospect to me because they were like, oh, we're joking. What's real estate? Kilo was like you said, ma. What they had, many of them had in mind is homonile. They were fed homonile, But when God began to help me, and He gave me the idea, ma, and He gave me the idea of getting to raise people as partners who could help me sell, or agents, as you may call it. And so the network began to grow, and my commission began to grow. When I take mine and I give them theirs, I'll still go with like 1 million naira in a month as commission. 2009. From 2008, towards the end of 2008 to 2009, to the glory of God, I was already going with like about 1 million naira as commission. Now, what that meant was this. Most of my family members who didn't believe in what I was doing would say, let's say to let you which do you even have now? That's how the conversation starts. You look good though. Jamisi, where I got by any customer, whether I can also get customers for you. That's the best way. So as a woman, you have to strategize how best to do it, that it will not affect your home. Honestly, it will not affect your home. You don't need to talk too much to your husband. And all you just need to do is to partner. You can be at home and raise people who are working for you when you're at home. That's the truth. That's where wisdom that I spoke about comes to play. I'll be in the office and I have 12 people who were on the field for me when I was still working under my boss. I had 12 people. The 13th of them was the secretary in the office. Eki is one of the 12. All of them, they go to different places. I generate leads. I give to them. Oh yeah, 2 of you go to this place. This goes. We have mainland. We have roster, mainland, island. We share them, and there's interland too. While we have island, Lekki, Aja, and all that. Then mainland, Ikeja. So interland, we have interland on the mainland. We have interland. Abule Egba, Songo, yeah, that's interland. Ibejuleki and Eleko, that's interland on the island too. So we share them. Everybody comes back and they come and give reports. So as a married woman, you must grow your network to that point where you raise people, not necessarily on salary. They can be your agents working for you, that you give them stipends as interest for them to go out with on a weekly basis. And they give you reports. Those after 5 you can't do, let them do it for you. And when they have issues, when you meet during the daytime, you address those issues. That way, it will make you scale heights. Because he said you say that. That's the truth. You can't do it alone. And 1 naira multiplied by 1 million is 1 million. 0 multiplied by 1 million is 0. So if I have 10 active agents working with me that I'm earning 1 naira from, that is 10 naira. If it is consistent, I am better than somebody who does not have 1 agent that is not selling. In property maths, I've said this story over and over. In property maths, the day God celebrated me first, that I knew that, Apollos was, Mr. Adeshokwe just said, seated here at this meeting today, we always do Monday declaration meeting. What did you sell? Come and declare. Everybody declares. And so usually it's 1 plot, 2 plots declaration. 1 plot. Akim Bakari was in that meeting that day. 1 plot, 2 plots. And he said, Mr. Pastor Nee, I was last week. In fact, there's a guy called Olumide, one of Mr. Inka's relatives. Olumide Kilota. Olumide said, I'll never forget. Olumide said, last week, Oja Dagon, market was good. Kilota, declare how many plots? Only you really tabo form ya no me. Olumide die. When form Yaba, because we're selling for 1,000 there. So it got to a point where Olumide was, if you don't buy, just buy form. You don't let people empty. So it can sell like 20 forms, that's 20K. About it, wow, okay. So say he was suspended though for saying that thing. Form in 1 time here. We just saw that all the people that want to actually sell land, they can't find form. We have people who are in charge of form. They're the ones selling form. So they can sell 50 forms in 1 week. That's where they are making their own money. All the commission you are jumping about, everybody have targets. Everybody have targets. If you sell a land of 500,000 and they pay you 10%, that's 50K, right? They make all the deduction. If I sell 50 forms, is that not 50K? And they are not deducting anything. So form is better safe. So as he said that thing, he was suspended. But when he got to my turn, what did you sell last week? I sold 500 plots. Why people are declaring 2 plot, 3 plot, 4
and forms.
So the glory of God, that was when everything turned. Eki was one of the people that was making the sales the most. Eki, Bright, David. IK, those guys are in South Africa now. IK, Faith, Uwa, all of them. God used them for me. They were directly my downline, and they were resuming in the office every day. 13 of them. But I was committed to something. From that thing that my friend said the other time, when she said that part of the things I always say is this: when you make sale, from the money you collected, everything is not for you, right? There is an amount that you give as your tithes as a believer. 1. 2, there's a seed money inside of it. That seed money is not to be eaten, it's to be saved. There's another portion inside. You can be the one to determine what percentage you want. There's another one that you use to reinvest back on yourself. You buy clothes, you buy wig, you buy all the perfume, all the shoes, bags, and all of that. You must look better before you made that than before you made the sale. After you made the sale, you put that money back into yourself. See, Ilenjo or Janjabo, anything wants to happen. There's some money I can't touch. Because if you don't look like what you are selling, they will still abuse you. But why are you working and all the money you gather, you send to your village? So why you can't be nothing. At the end of the day, they'll still come back and say, when you made the money, who did you help? Because when you feed a man for 3 days, and for 3 years, he can forget you in 3 days. But when you feed a dog for 3 days, the dog will forget you in 3 years. No matter how much you do for people, it's not still enough.
No fear.
So you must have a time when you know that you must take good care of yourself.
Yes.
I told my wife many years ago, I said, these projects that God wants to do for us, for the next 1 year, everybody must adjust. Anybody will give salary of 40,000 or 50,000 to eat per month on our personal family, whatever. We reduce from 50,000 to 30,000. There might be no for the next 1 year. How they adjust budgets for annual. The one that we are giving 200,000 to, change it to 100,000. There might be no one. We just adjusted. Whether it's 2 pieces of which you are giving me before, let it be one. Because I can't be the son of a bread maker and will lack bread. I can't be selling houses and will not have our own house. Nobody wants to hear that. So you must adjust for everything to make sure you achieve something in the business you are doing. Nobody will come and plan your life for you. And so, as you are making that money, make sure that you are investing part on yourself. Part of the investment is not only in what people see in education also. Go back to school. Correct. Go back to school. Go and do crash courses, crash programs that will advance yourself. To the glory of God, one day I told my wife to go and represent me somewhere to receive an award. I traveled. She said she was the registrar of the institute. It's a professional institute that they gave me a fellowship award. They said the registrar was standing for close to 30 minutes. They were still reading my profile. She said that day, I knew that you are a man I need to honor and value, to the glory of God. He said, the registrar said, who is this man? I need to still meet him. All these small courses, by the time you had everything to the profile is the 5 pages. To the glory of God. And it's from those commissioners. I'll just say, what will I use to remember that I collected this money? I will enroll for one program. By the time I collect, I join it. I go for this one. I join it again. I go for that one. I'm still writing. I just submitted the project defense. Which day? On Monday. This Monday. Today is
Wednesday.
On Friday. Last week, Friday. Last week, I just did the project defense. I'm still going back to school all the time. Not because of the certificate. I want to learn more. At the same time, certificates also will follow. And so I added to it. I added to my profile. Before you know it, after I'm sitting here, I've gotten a banner. I showed you, man. To come and speak in Ghana. Diaspora conference. Nigerians in diaspora from different parts of the world are gathering in Ghana. Come and talk to them. These things, they will first tell you, somebody nominated you, please send your profile. When they see, they say, no, we need you. Now they are begging me for something. They said, sir, due to our budgets, we know that by the grace of God, you should be able to sponsor your flight to Ghana, or we'll take care of your accommodation and feeding. They are begging, not that, because they know that it's something they must do. They truly want to see me. That's the level you must aim. You can start as a realtor, but don't end as a realtor. You must have a goal. You must have a plan that at some point this is going to scale up. And if you don't add value to yourself, there's no way you can scale up. So from those money you are earning, what's the plan? 100%? Well, if you earn nothing, you get nothing. But going back to where I started from, raise people. If you don't raise men, you will soon be erased. If you don't raise men, you will soon be erased. Raise people. Raise people. I'm talking about Eki now. Eki. You know how many people? Yes, sir. Do you know how many people Eki has raised? When Eki go and tell them that the person whom God used for me, when I meet the people she's talking about, say, that's how I meet a lot of people. From those that God has enabled me to raise. So 5 people, 10 people, get people who are committed. Make them to be reporting. If it is 3 times in a week, get them. When they sell, you earn from what they sell. Before you know it, you earn lifetime. God told me, part of the way you can earn passively till you die is when you have raised people and they are making sales. You can earn from what they are selling. Till Jesus comes, you'll be earning. I was told that one of the companies, I won't mention the name because we're online, last year they made 120 billion in sales. 120 billion in sales. And the GMD of the company is entitled to 1% of that money. 1%. That's 12 million. 120 million. 120. 120. 1%. That's no 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion.
1%, not 10%.
1%, not 10%. 1%. 1.2 billion. So that's what went to the GMD for doing nothing. That is passive income. Those are the types that Richard Branson is talking about. There are some things that when you start doing them, when you walk your way to that point, you will end till Jesus comes. One of it is raise people who are selling. Once they are selling and it's consistent that you raise them and you have an agreement, this is what comes to you from what they are selling. I mean, there's no big deal. Somebody, you are collecting 15%, somebody is taking 3%. You are taking 3% on their 15%, which is indirect commission. Or you sell house of 5, they give 5%. Because you are the one that brought them, you earn 1.5. You earn till Jesus comes. Those are some of the ways. That's one of many things God showed me that you can earn from as services. What we are selling is products. There's a service part of it. And it's only in service that you can earn till Jesus comes. One of the service is when you raise people and you earn under them. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Eh. Okay, oh yeah, please stop. Okay.
I like what you do, put me through and all that. So I took my time so well. Then I now eventually started with somebody, one person that I felt was my friend. At the end of the day, the person not allow me to get more than one commission before you go and do what the mago he did and remove me out of the picture. And I think that brought me back again that, well, I guess that, so this raising of people, I don't think it works for everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a strategy for it. You know, interestingly, I know what she's talking about. I know the person, I know the whole story.
Wow.
Interestingly.
Great
But one thing I'm going to say is this. Yeah, that you did not work with one person does not mean that it's not going to work with everybody. There's a strategy to it. And at times, you know, he started raising people after he has learned. Yeah? He had what it takes. Yeah? To raise people. He knew how to guide them. That's the whole reason for you to belong to a system. There are certain systems that what he did will not be possible. Yeah. It won't be possible. Mago will not be possible in a setting that is well structured, that has its rules and regulation. It took advantage of the system Unfortunately, you are the receiving end. Everybody. I'm talking. I can if I sit down to start, writing names of people who did that to me, I write 100. Kunadi, am I lying? Kunadi said even hi too. She'll write 100. But guess what? We're wiser. And those kind of people, can you give them such an opportunity again in life? They've lost it.
Correct, sir.
Yeah.
Correct, man.
The only thing is that you look at yourself too. If you cost it in certain areas, you adjust. Because we have to tell ourselves the truth. Okay? Because there are certain things that it's not just the system, we also contributed to it. The question she asked, being a married woman, there's so many things she cannot do. If you're single, there's so many things you can do. But as a married woman too, if you sit back from the analysis he made, there's a way you can package it. For instance, if you said 10 people, you are still going to graduate, but when you start, this is the percentage you're going to be getting. You don't hide anything. Yes, this is what I get. You're not going to disclose definitely the upline that you'll be getting. The 15%. Do you understand? Or if it's 10% you're getting, and this is how much you're going to be getting from this 10%. When I finish mentoring you and you have known it very well, you will upgrade. You can put 12 months to it, you can put 24 months to it. Everything is about business is strategy. It depends on the strategy you want to adopt to gather people. Thank you.
Get out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let me, she has nailed it all. If I don't know, you went to call a key. Okay, she called you. Maybe she's watching the video or something.
Probably.
What I want to add to what she has said is very simple. Deal with people with sincerity of heart and leave them to God. That's the truth. You can't be everything and you can't do it alone. Like I said, if you don't want to fall like a pack of cats, you need to learn how to raise people. Out of every 12, there is an Iscariot. But 11 people are still there. And when Jesus was taken up to heaven, there were some of them that still stood. In fact, Jesus told one, I think it was James, that he said, take care of my mother. Meaning, and he handed over, he could trust him enough to hand over his mother too. That I've seen your temperament, I've seen your character, I've seen that you are the only one who can take care of my mom. That means that man must be a man who is very compassionate, who loves to who is very hospitable. And Jesus knew that this is a strength for this man. You'll be the one to take care of my mom. And only that I hand you over to each other. So that means that out of the 11 and 12, one was a Judas. Meaning that if you raised just 4, it means that all the 4 can still be Judas. You still need like 12 to be able to get one Judas among them. You don't understand? It means you need to work on plenty people. All of them cannot betray you. The relationship between me and Adeniyi is how many years ago? Maybe 2009. 2009. Today, 15 years, man. All the week that my wife sells, where she has customers the most is in America. It's a kid that connected her to most of those people. From somebody that you just raised. I'm not talking about, as my wife does bulk. She's a major distributor in Nigeria. And you now have somebody who sells for her the most. It's one of the people I raised in real estate. The other day, somebody was saying that they had issue with one of the heir. She was the one fighting the battle. And told my wife that, no, you don't need to. Let me face her. She's in America with me. Trash it out. When my wife told me, I said, it's part of the seed that has been sown. Now, the best way to vanish is when there's nobody that you have raised. The day you say you stop work, that's the day everything has ended. Because the people you have raised on your journey to the top, they are the ones that you still need when there's a reason to come back again. And life, nothing is guaranteed. Anything can happen. Some people, something will happen to them and say, life happens. How many people will be there to